meow.
Hey meow.
Hey,
Actually, Catru should say hey meow because he's at least a cat.
hey meow.
Daisy, come here and say hey meow.
I
How
got
did
my
Daisy do?
kitty cat keyboard. Loving it, by the
coffee
way.
cat. Your coffee
cat. Yeah.
So Ellie and I are gonna go on an adventure, and at first she's like, okay, so what are we gonna do? Whatever, and then I'm like, oh my god, how have we not gone to a cat cafe in Dubai? So we're gonna go to cat.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's
You
what
guys
we're
really
gonna do.
need to.
Yeah. So we're gonna do that. But yeah, general stuff. Daisy, what's happening? Yeah. Anyway. Oh, there is Vincent. We have a Vincent. Hi, Vincent.
Hola.
Hello.
Thought I would try to pop up early.
There you go.
Yeah.
So, how's all you kids doing today? Although you're not really kids, and it's really probably not early for all of you.
Yeah.
Well, isn't it early for you guys?
Yes.
Well,
for me,
it's early,
ultra
it's
early
for
for
me.
Catru here.
Hi, Kyle.
Oh,
Have a
Dorcas
good day,
is the same time zone.
Yeah. But he's not Catru, so
No.
I give
This
Dorcas
no.
a pass.
What is it? Me and Galente ended up like chatting last night for hours and like, I only got like 3 hours of sleep or something.
Oh, same here. I probably got about 3 hours myself. I was up chatting for hours and hours, but on a stream.
Oh, okay.
Well, what were you guys chatting about? Okay, I mean, Galente, I guess you can't talk about that because that's Daisy. The shaking is Daisy.
Yeah.
Giving love to the computer.
We were just like catching up, talking about life.
Mm-hmm.
Life, okay.
Daisy.
IRL stuff.
Yeah.
It meandered all over the place, and it was very cool. And he's awesome. And I'm so sorry that Lucy couldn't make it to the watch party yesterday. She wanted to, but like her computer wasn't behaving.
She was missed.
She was missed.
I didn't make it either, but it was nice. Was it fun?
No.
No.
It was the episode I consider. It's the episode I consider the downfall of that series. 6, I think. Was it 6?
The
Yes, it would be
the one where Moraine is
banished, exiled.
We
Yeah.
find not only she exiled, but we find out about the portal.
Yeah,
we find out about the portal, about the lover, and
I was baiting them because they're not familiar with the show or books. I was baiting them the whole time. I'm like, you guys haven't watched this? Oh, this is gonna be good.
Oh God! So you're familiar with the books as well, Vincent?
At least the first one, and I need to get through the second one now.
But you even with the first book, you know.
Yes.
I mean, they
how badly they did on that.
Yeah, you don't need to even read all of them to know how much they fucked it up. That's how bad they fucked it up.
Yeah, they probably fucked it up in the 5th episode, maybe even the 4th one.
They fucked it up from the first episode. But yes.
Okay, I will accept that. Also, they got rid of Tom Riddle.
Tom Riddle. Yes.
I know he's Tom.
No, they had Tom, but he was in there for like 5 minutes.
He was lame.
Great. Late and mustard.
Yeah, sorry about that. It's very late. My computer is really a potato at this point. I'm so sorry. I thought I had everything set up, and I had to restart like 5 times. So my bad.
Okay.
Yes, he also tried to keep up with me in the stream last night in chat. Wasn't that fun, Greg?
Oh yeah. Yeah, that was great. No, that was on my phone, so that was just fine. Just my computer. It will not do anything now. So.
Oh man,
yeah,
you really need to at least get
get off my ass and actually get something.
Well, even if you
an iPad, like anything would be better than this. But yeah.
I am busy getting the. So we're done. We're done chit chatting. We're gonna get into the real grit of
Jump
it.
right into the news
Yes.
or the
To
thinker.
the news.
Noise.
Okay. So
I heard about the frog guy. That did that
Frog
not go
fella?
well with him?
Oh, in
I heard
Vinvin's
that might
stream.
not. Yeah.
I mean, it went about as well as expected.
Okay. So not well.
Okay, what happened? Because very drama. Tell me. Sorry. There's a frog
Yeah, there's
involved.
a lot of
I
people
mean,
that don't necessarily get along, and Vincent kind of was the moderator in this fun
at the
thing.
end.
Anyway, it turned out all right, but yeah, it went about as well as could be expected.
Yeah, the true nature
yeah,
of it.
there's
I always keep my motives hidden close to the chest, but I got what I wanted out of it. It was quite interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. And
this guy,
dear
this
dear
guy's about as,
Tiamon. Sorry.
apparently this guy's about as big as us, but he has like the mentality of Hassan. Like as far as like interactions.
well, with all due fairness, I think he's bigger than us.
Well, no, yeah, you're right. He's at least big enough to be monetized, but like yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways,
I'm getting Dito vibes from him. That sort of
Mhm.
strain of YouTube.
Well,
Guys.
if there is a clip to show, I wouldn't mind doing that. We've got a few minutes left of intro if you want. No? Yes? No? Do you want to get into it?
Sorry, I didn't clip
this
it.
person? Yeah.
It was last night, so no clipping.
Okay.
Very little
And it was
sleep.
pretty
I
late.
actually ended up talking to LG a little bit afterwards. Also,
Oh, nice.
Nice.
because
He's a good fella.
yeah, seems like
Fella.
a good guy.
Okay. Well, then let's get into the topics. Ta-da! So this stream, we're going to talk about Russel Brand. Everyone's talking about Russel Brand, so we'll talk about Russel Brand. Then we'll talk about identity politics, a many wire words, because of the little spat that mom and dad had, and dad had, or whatever, on the Sunday stream, or whatever it was. And then Caffeine Tweaker is all. If CT comes, that's what we'll be doing. We'll just be doing whatever CT says, because she's mom. And
Nice.
then we
So do you have a screen for a CT break, like flash CT time? Dun, 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 dun,
Oh, that would be a
She'll
great
just have to do it
animation.
herself.
Somebody needs to make it.
Yeah, sorry, yeah. CT will have to do it. Here, and then this continues.
Dorcas.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dorcas has some announcements, and then there are other announcements. All kinds of intrigues are on their way. But yeah, let's start off with Russel Brand. Okay, I think we'll start with CT isn't
That
here.
was
She
CT yet,
didn't
not yet.
confirm she's coming. So I said no pressure, but also I literally put
She's
her name
awake,
on there.
but that's all we know.
Yeah, I just said no pressure. It doesn't matter.
But she
Like,
could be
either way,
busy,
we'll.
so we have, yeah.
I'm not getting that. I'm getting that. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Hey,
Christ.
so take over, Catru. Russel
Yeah,
Brand.
so Russell Brand.
Everyone knows. Everyone's talking about it.
yeah.
He was
Okay.
accused of something and now demonetized. I'm guessing that's the skinny of it, but go more
Yeah.
into detail.
Okay, yeah.
part of it.
He also got taken off Rumble. But what we do have.
Wait, he was taken off Rumble? I thought it was
Yeah.
YouTube he was taken off of.
No, wait. No. YouTube is what I heard. Unless
I'm faking it.
No,
Got it.
Rumble
Rumble.
like
if
not defended, but he
Is
stood.
Catra breaking up for anyone?
Yeah, I think you're getting that
Oh.
StreamYard issue that
Am
a
I?
bunch of us have, where it's doing that weird breakup thing.
Okay, it's fine
Now you
now.
seem okay.
Well, we have notes.
Yeah,
from
those
our
are
Dorcas.
okay.
those are notes that I wrote.
The umbrella opinion.
Excellent.
Would you like to read it, Dorcas, or are we gonna?
Well, I mean, it would sound so amazing in Gray's wonderful tones, but I can do my
Yes,
best.
There you
No,
go.
yeah, I like both of you guys. Yeah.
With regards
Read-
to Russell Brand, the umbrella
Yes.
opinion, which the rest of my opinions falls under, is to believe evidence. If there's compelling evidence, I won't have a problem believing the stories. That said, until compelling evidence is provided, because of people like Amber Heard, Christine Blasey Ford, Mattress Girl, etc., and how ideologues have insisted we believe all women, I have an immediately antagonistic view when there is a clear political element or significant story inconsistencies. That political element being how Brand has been reporting on certain controversial issues. My first exposure to the story was Nate, the lawyer, whom, if I recall correctly, expressed the concern that the pendulum has swung too far from the believe all women direction to the believe all men area, which I'm skeptical of. If true, though, I would say it wasn't without good reason. And then I saw a handful of streamers make the case that the texts look altered. They pointed out a change in font specifically, among other issues, and I found those arguments fairly compelling. Not going to make the case, but interesting. The Quartering made the case that the fact this is a news story and not a lawsuit, I think, is a reasonably strong argument for the idea that this is political. Anna, that Star Wars girl, makes the case that these women didn't necessarily make the choice to come out with this, but that the reporters sought out all the women Brand slept with during this time period, and these were a minority of people who said that these particular encounters weren't great. I wonder if this is overly charitable, but it supports my preconceived notions, so I am inclined to allow it. Nick Rekieta makes a very strong case that the text messages, if not fabricated, are not as clear-cut as folks are making them out to be, specifically regarding whether or not the night involving the condom last time was the time before the time without a condom or the encounter with the condom. He mentioned hearing this is past the statute of limitations, which means most of these certainly won't end in a lawsuit on their part, which supports the position that this is a character attack, political in nature. The response by YouTube and the UK government additionally supports the idea that this is a character assassination. Shame on YouTube. How dare you, UK government? I'm glad my country revolutioned all over you. Props to Rumble.
I need the soundboard.
And those are,
Very cool.
think, all of my thoughts.
Okay.
Very cool.
Yeah, that was a really good
go
compilation of all that information. There's a couple things that get a little weird. So what about the rape kit? So one of the victims went the same day and got a rape test, and there is a kit on that. I don't know. So that's the one that gives me the most hesitation, because usually you just have like claims afterwards, like the Blasey Ford one.
Mhm.
This seems a little bit different. There is substantial evidence from that same day, and then there's the text messages that you were kind of talking about. They do kind of seem to corroborate the test.
So
that makes me have apprehension.
Anna, that Star Wars girl, made the case that the STD test costs a lot of money. So the person that, so this person ended up having to go to, I think it was UCLA, where it's free, but they would have insisted that she file a police report, which she refused to do. Again, this information comes for me. This information comes from Anna, that Star Wars girl, not the source. So, but that's what she was saying. And with regards to Lucy with the no condom thing, the argument there was if last time meant there was a condom and then they fall in the counter before the one we are talking about, and then the topic of a condom never came up in the encounter that is being talked about. If it never came up, that would also mean there was never a statement or an expectation that there would be. Therefore, yeah, sorry. Continue.
And something I would like to also point out is that it's something that actually I just thought of, because before I was just kind of listening to everybody say things about it, but something that I was just remembering from past relationships of myself is sometimes as a sometimes when you're in a relationship, and I won't say that I was going to say as a man, but it's really just a certain personality type dealing with another personality type, and the gender is relatively insignificant, is that when you are dealing with someone who is very accusatory and like entitled, whether that's reasonable or not, sometimes you own up to things that you normally wouldn't because
Correct.
you want to get past the thing, and you realize that they have somewhat of a point even if you disagree with it, right? So he could be in that private conversation between the two of them, he might be agreeing to a framing that he otherwise completely disagrees with.
Preach.
Yeah. So it's people who are saying that this is an admission of guilt and that he's obviously in the wrong, and he's already admitted to his to the crimes in this text message, are kind of ignoring that. Now, it's possible that all of that is true anyway, and that while my concept, or my anecdotal scenario is valid for some people, it's not valid here, right? That could also be true, but it is just something I would like to think about before we universally pass judgment. Is that you will sometimes in a relationship concede things that you otherwise would feel are unfair, because you're doing so for the other party to make them feel better and to make them feel heard, even if you disagree with their framing.
Well said.
Okay. What, Gray? What were you on? You didn't finish up yours.
Sorry.
No, I was just saying, that definitely could be the case. I know anytime that I've dealt with somebody who's extremely accusatory, I actually watch my words much more carefully. Like, instead of admitting to something, I know, hey, they're, much more likely to see themselves as a victim. So I'm not going to word it in such a way as to take credit for something like that. So I don't know. I could also see the argument going the other way. And you're right, we don't know. There is, some question as to all of this. So for me, I don't know, just the fact that she was willing to go get a test puts more validity towards the accuser. I mean, Russel Brand is a known, I'm not trying to besmirch all drug addicts or anything like that, but he is a known addict, both drugs and sex. And he was known as like, I think it was like best shag in the UK. I can't remember. Yeah. So it's like, I don't know. This wouldn't be beyond that. And apparently there's multiple like 16-year-olds that he is definitely linked to.
There is something important that hasn't been addressed, and it is something that I had a question about, is that the test is just referred to as a test. And so some people are interpreting that as a rape kit, and but where
that's how I'd heard it reported. So do you have I've never heard anyone report that it's an STD test. I think Dorcas mentioned that like STD tests are expensive, so they might have gone that other route.
I think it actually was referring to an STD test because it actually, in my opinion, could have been that she's asking whether she needs to get tested because he is sleeping around with other women. That's why you ask.
Well, for sure.
In a relationship, you ask, do I need to get tested if somebody is sleeping out? If you guys assume that you're both, say, HIV negative and you're both sleeping together, you're like, cool, we don't need to worry about that. But if one of you is running around, then you have to get tested.
Yeah.
So that's what I thought that message was about. But she did go to a crisis center. She did actually go to a rape crisis center.
So I'm not 100% sure what that is, but that puts a little bit more evidence. It's not just, this party happened 20 years ago. Here's what happened. There's a little bit more evidence. Yeah. And then the fact that there's been rumors surrounding Russel Brand for years saying that, like, for instance, they had to get him like a lesbian assistant because apparently he can't deal with having women around him that are interested.
I think Amala put it the best.
Something that real quick here. BMO was saying that The accusations are from 20 years ago, though. Why did it take them so long to come forward? They didn't. They were outed by a journalist.
Yeah.
They didn't come forward themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's kind of well-known knowledge. Apparently, like he also used the station's funds to like pick up this 16-year-old from school and stuff. So I don't know. It's all interesting. I don't think any of us have like all of the information or anything like that. I wouldn't say lock him up and throw away the key, but I don't know. I'm less likely to kind of give him more leniency considering.
Yes.
I don't know the rumors that have flown around in his past, but. I don't know. That doesn't mean that I would throw out any evidence.
I want
or
to
anything like
share
that.
the best take, but I do want Vinvin to let us know what he thinks too.
Yeah.
I've decided.
Well,
what's the
this
best
is
But
a
I don't think
very
anyone's touched on the
complex
YouTube part
matter
on this.
in
The
reality.
YouTube part on this is just like crazy.
I haven't even. I'm not informed on the YouTube bit, but Vinvin.
Yeah, very complex matter that really I think we should wait for the facts to actually come out. There's going to be a whole bunch of speculation, and the fact that the tech companies look at the Justin Roiland thing, no matter what you think about it, as he brought up, there's also the super mega accusation, which was super thin even. So it's just way too much. I think people are jumping the gun because Russel Brand is serious, and the time frame really puts a questionable aspect on it. Why now?
Why? Why does that put a questionable aspect on
An
it?
interesting way that Amala put it, and Amala, whatever Amala, or I feel compelled to call her Amala, but it's Amala. She said two things can be true at once, which is actually true. You can actually have this be a character assassination and it be true at the same time.
It definitely seems like it is that, but
there's no reason that if it's a character assassination that it can't be true at the same time.
Am I missing something though with the whole like timing thing? Like I've heard a lot of people bring that up, and it's like, but wait. I don't know. So should this have happened years ago then is the argument? Like, it's not like Russel Brand is, like running for office or anything like that. He has a relatively big program, but I think it was even bigger before. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is like the peak of Russel Brand, but I thought during COVID it got much more popular.
It got very popular because he was like speaking truth to power, man. It started with all the conspiracy theory things and whatever. I don't watch much of him, but it's not like I don't like him either. Like I'm not, but yeah, he one of the allegations people have, some women have said is, he built up this platform to insulate himself so that when this did come out, then he could say that everyone's just persecuting him. But either way, it's kind of like, isn't it quite likely that something like this for a sex addict, something like this might have happened? It seems very high for me. It seems as highly likely. I can't say either or. I can't say I'm convinced either way. But I am leaning towards that. It seems like where there's smoke, there's fire kind of thing. Like really, you are sleeping with like what did he say? 80 women a month or something like that. Like insane amounts of people. Are all of those statistically? Are all of those encounters going to be good ones that involve no regret for anyone? One of the things that Amala said, I mean, we can watch it because she says it better than us saying it, but like basically he's increasing, but because of his philandering or whatever, the chances of him being abusive increase, and the chances of people regretting just being with him consensually increase. So he's fucked.
It's also about the details of the matter. They're lost in time. He could have been drugged up, and he could have been led by someone else.
Well, and supposedly he was.
Yeah.
And he's supposedly gone through a transformation. Like he is no longer on drugs, and supposedly he is getting treatment for his sex addiction, and he's no longer in that same state of being like a true addict or whatever.
Yeah. I mean,
is there redemption for somebody? I mean, like obviously, like if these charges are correct, like there needs to be justice. But supposedly he's been in recovery and has helped. But okay, so if he hasn't committed a crime or anything like that, but he just has this messed up past, I don't know. Should somebody be able to have a character assassination against them
That's what
if they have
that's
gone
what
through a
Amala's
transformation? They no longer
speaking
believe
about.
this.
She's like, are we just going to? Obviously, when it comes to something as scary as grape, that's going to be like, that's going to define you. Murder gonna define you.
It seems like it.
But yeah, if we're just talking about him being a sex addict, he's owned it completely. It's not shying away from it. He's not denying it, which makes it so much easier. Like, listen, if he's able to it's the same thing with Johnny Depp. When Johnny Depp admitted to all of the drugs and stuff, they couldn't use it against him because he was like, what, you trying to character assassinate me? He's like, no, I've already told you I've had a problem. Well, what are you trying to, it's not going to work. So that's basically what he is doing, or he did do before all of this. I think one of the first things I knew about him was he was a sex addict. And like he talks about his proper addiction.
And he's got into it pretty in depth.
Gordon, what about your addiction? To McDonald's. Yeah, I had to let that pause.
Well, I mean,
so that you guys could wonder what his addiction was. Hey, Mysterious, I'm so sorry we haven't gotten in on the whole movie thing. I'm sorry about everything. PSA, I'm sorry about everything, all of the promises, and not delivering. Okay. Anyway,
I think we all
where's
are.
the guitar?
I think most of us are probably doing that.
Yeah. Where's the guitar?
Where's the guitar?
I'll go and
it's
get
in the cupboard.
It's in the cupboard. It's out of tune. Yeah.
They like to stay in tune. It's nice for them.
I must actually ask Ali if she's got a drill. I forgot to ask her. Because Gordon will hire someone just to hang up the guitar hook. He'll hire someone for that, whereas I'm just like, can we go just Ali?
Well, I mean, it'll probably be done right, but I'm sure most people can fumble their way through it. I'm just saying, like,
Dali. I was saying
I'm not at all
saying
that you don't have skill on it. I was just saying, like, I think almost anyone could fumble their way through hanging up a guitar hook. Like, it's not so load bearing.
No, you could mess it up. You could mess shit up.
Yeah, especially if you hit like a water pipe behind it or something. So, that would always be fun.
Although I should ask my neighbor because they fucking drill into the walls like several times a week. This morning, I was on the loo and okay, Jesus, what the fuck are you putting onto your walls every 5 minutes? Okay, or it's Dharma.
Oh, maybe they're building a dungeon privately in their house.
Privately in their house, yes.
Probably the only likely scenario. I can't think of any other.
I have been to Romania. Everyone there was a supermodel. It was. Oh, really? You went to V-Land, Romanian TV. Anyway, so I guess Russel Brand. Does anyone know about the? Okay, so do you want to watch a bit of the Amala coverage? So we usually have so much to say when we watch someone else's videos anyway.
Yeah, because you can bounce off of someone else's sort of impression on it.
Yeah, especially because I align with her. Oopsie. I want her to go on Such an Adam, but I don't know if they'll. I think
that would
know.
just like cement all the rumors that they're.
On Thinkers.
Okay. She should come on Thinkers.
You, so yeah.
No, she's not. She's
well, no.
She's independent.
Not anymore, but it would just cement everyone's accusations that they are right wing.
Oh, yeah. Is that what they would decide? Fuck them. Then they can speak to Amir as well. God, they should just. And also, who gives a fuck? Okay, can you guys.
Got 3 minutes to go.
All right.
All right, guys, and welcome to the thing, Nashville. Interesting, the allegations levied against one Russel Brand. And for those of you who are asking,
I think you can see why I like her.
Who is Russel Brand? He is a famous comedian, actor.
Also, she got a purple curtain when she went to
Yeah.
own. So I mean, I just love her. Okay.
Turned kind of YouTuber.
She's your aesthetic.
Yeah, I love
Yeah.
her.
She got that sleeve.
I mean, she's got a guitar.
purple.
Yeah,
the
that
wall.
was just
Yeah.
about to
And
point
And
it
she's
out.
got it on the wall. She got
Yeah.
stuff done, and she works out. She's proper. I aspire to her. She's younger than me, but I'm like, I like her.
Yeah, there's so many of
She's
those
like
people
she's
now.
like 23 or something. I don't know. No rage quit. No, she didn't rage quit. It was very very civil. She was a
Yeah,
PragerU
they had a
lady.
party and
She's not.
everything.
She's herself.
Slash,
And it happened like this. They're just like, oh, my last show. Bye.
keeping you up to date on news.
She graduated.
corporates,
That's what they called her. They said she
wrongdoings, big
graduated.
pharma.
Oh, that's so
government
funny.
overreach,
Oh,
all
that's
of
so
these
funny.
different
Pause that.
things
Pause
we
that.
currently
Mm?
Do they really call it graduation?
No,
Graduation?
well, somebody said no. They don't call it that, but somebody used that term on her as if she was a
Well, yeah, she was at
YouTuber.
PragerU. You know, she graduated.
It does
no
make
longer
sense. She
at the
graduated.
university.
Yeah. So
Oh
it
well,
does make sense.
there's that too. Okay. But no.
but
that's
there
like,
is, yes.
That's because
That's a
because
YouTuber
that's
thing.
no, that's an idol thing. That's a Japanese idol thing.
Mhm.
And so graduation is
Also an
what they call
education
when they
thing.
retire, though. And they sometimes nowadays they go on to do their own private work, but generally speaking, it's what you do when you retire from being an idol. So that's funny that they would use those terms for her.
no, she's actually great. Hydra, I
Yeah,
don't
but
think you'll dislike her. I think if you looked into her, you would like her. She's actually quite a centrist.
But if you
She's
go
She's
from
pro-tank.
and she's an ex-leftist.
talks about on YouTube, where he has, I believe, nearly
Daisy,
30 million
on the
followers
laptop,
across
bro.
all of his platforms. I'm sure many of you already know who Russel Brand is. You are familiar with his work, either which he did in Hollywood,
Blah, blah, blah.
in comedy and
Daisy,
in movies, or what he's doing
could you not
now.
be on the
His whole tagline is "Stay free." He talks about freedom and revolution and all these different things, and also a documentary titled and
has anyone seen the documentary? I haven't seen it.
I have not. No.
I have not.
Okay. Yeah, so this was the whole thing, is this documentary also came out. That basically it's all about how bad he is.
Into the allegations. We are going to talk about it. I've watched it twice. Taylor has watched it once, and we can give our feelings about that. Before I get into the bulk of this discussion surrounding Russel Brand, I want to say one thing I've noticed that is totally insane is that before we got any details about the allegations, before we heard from the women who have come forward, people were already laying claim to their opinion publicly in regard to Russel Brand on both sides of the aisle when it comes to the court of public opinion. There were people who hated Russel Brand, who immediately said, I knew he was a rapist, I knew he was committing sexual acts of assault, and he should go to jail. We knew this about him all this time. I don't like him. I don't like what he has.
Okay, so just obviously pausing as well. Did you hear this sort of thing around in your circles?
No, but
definitely on the internet.
I wouldn't have.
But
yeah,
I
don't think
but
anyone's
I
talking about it in
wouldn't
my
have, though.
circles. But the
Yeah, like,
internet is
on
certainly
your-
ablaze with opinions, and it seems like they're kind of going down political lines, which is interesting.
What was the first time you heard about it? Where did you hear it the first time?
I think it was actually just like a short that just appeared on the homepage and was calling him a rapist. So it kind of got my attention, but I'm not sure. I know. I think we lost volume. The cat turned it off.
Oh, thanks, Daisy. So she did do
What?
that, huh? Okay. No,
Yeah.
Daisy, that was Daisy. That's why I picked her up.
Sure.
Did
Blame
anyone
the
else,
cats.
Does anyone else remember when they first heard the
Where were
allegations
you
or
when you
rumors?
first
or whatever?
Mine was Nate the lawyer's video.
Yeah, you know yours. mine, I think it was a tweet. There was a short video that somebody had said, "Is this why they're going after Russel Brand?" And
Yeah, I think mine was actually Twitter. Now that I think about it, I don't think it was a short,
Katru
but I
can
think it was
talk
true.
as me. Fuck you.
Well, no, that's why that's why I did test, because I didn't want to. I was going to respond to someone, so I didn't want to respond as you. So I said test just so now I'm actually on my profile on YouTube so that I can chat, so I can respond.
Wow, scary.
Okay, so Lucy heard it from Brand's Twitter, and Brand, what he did, Daisy, yes, you are cruising, yeah. Like, she wants to stand on this laptop so hard. Okay, yeah. What's her name? He said these allegations are gonna come out. He knew that they were coming out. Tree of Logic talk about it till I passed out last night. Oh, I'm sorry that we're adding to this now. Sparkles.
Oh yeah. Tiamat.
Because-
I remember
yeah.
Brand trying to get ahead of it as well by I think he made a video where he just flat out denied everything.
He said all of my encounters have been consensual. So yeah, mine was just actually, is this why they're attacking Brand? And then I was like, they're attacking Brand? And then then I asked in Section Adams chat, and people told me what was up. They're just like great allegations. I'm like, oh, okay. And it makes all the sense. And then I watched, this is where all of my information came from. I guess that's why my take is like hers.
He has to say, therefore, he is guilty. Then you had the other group of people who said, I really love Russel Brand. He's a truth seeker. He's telling people to stay free. He's speaking out against the mainstream media and doing so in a way that, more often than not, the mainstream media is not happy about. He is often labeled a conspiracy theorist. In fact, Taylor looked him up on Wikipedia. And one of the first things that Wikipedia said about Russel Brand is that he is an English conspiracy theorist.
I didn't know that. I didn't think of him as a conspiracy theorist, but he does have all these ooh sort of videos. Like this is the truth.
Yeah, I
and
think
blah,
COVID
blah, blah.
kind of pushed that.
Yeah, so for me, COVID is not a conspiracy theory, so I can't call him a conspiracy. I don't think of him as that. I just think of him as a shit stirrer, independent media guy that's gonna. He's kind of He's kind of like a little bit more crazy version or far out there version than Joe Rogan. Not as, I don't know. He has interesting people on, and that's it. That I didn't think he was a conspiracy theorist, but a lot of the creators that I watch think he's a proper conspiracy theorist. So I don't know. I just don't watch him enough to have an opinion.
So that gives you a little bit of a view of the two different camps, or the two different strong camps of opinion in regard to Russel Brand. And those who liked him immediately jumped to his defense, said this was a coordinated attack on behalf of the mainstream media, that they were digging up accusations that were more than likely nonsense, and that Russel Brand should be absolved of these things. I can guarantee you right now in watching this show, ladies and gentlemen, that you will not hear me espouse the opinion of either camp when it comes to Russel Brand and these allegations. I, for one, would like to sit on the side of waiting for more information. As I said before,
Is she bad? Is she a bad fence sitter now?
No, exactly what I think more people should do in today's society.
Yeah, in all of Jonathan Majors, all of these things that, I think
Jonathan Majors was very vindicated, though, I think.
It's very, obviously it's very charitable when it comes to literally a sex addict, to say that's, I don't know, instead of just jumping to the conclusion, be like, well, because, but yeah, it makes sense that all it does is actually make it unknowable to me. I'm like, I don't know.
Here's a question though. All right. So if the statement is believe evidence, but if we're past the statute of limitations, and so these accusers...
Well, wait. I've heard that there isn't really a statute of limitation on rape.
I've heard otherwise.
Wait, let me... because that's what. Wait, let me just look that up.
While
Okay.
you're looking that up, at the end of the day, regardless of statute of limitations, if the accusers aren't going to bring forth a lawsuit, then, well, it's gone. I've lost where I was
So if
going.
it's just to attack his character, is that acceptable? I mean, if these allegations are true, but there's no crime, like,
What do we do?
I don't know. Yeah, can you not do
You
that?
kind of wanted to go to court.
Right. Will evidence be brought out? That's I think where I was going.
Okay, are we done
The
with this topic?
best welcome I've ever gotten when joining a stream.
Hi, I guess
Well,
we'll be
welcome.
done with this topic now.
All
Because
the CT. Let's get into
this-
video games now, and not this stuff.
Woo!
There's
More
a talking
my
cat
speed.
here.
Or are you
Hey,
gonna
hey,
switch
hey.
topics and leave me high and dry? I need my video game discourse.
God, the video
So
game
yeah,
discourse in general is really toxic.
Yes, but it can be really fun.
It can.
so
Anyway.
so we've met. You know me. I'm Andrew, actually.
That's exactly what Andrew looks
Keyboard.
like.
He's a cat.
Gotcha. I know who you
Okay.
you meant when you said Andrew, okay?
Okay.
I only know
I
like
don't know.
one Andrew.
All right.
The keyboard Andrew.
I don't know. See, there are 3 Andrews with my first, middle, and last name at my bank alone, much less in the state. So, it's very common. So,
Okay, you're overcomplicating, Andrew. Yes, it's a very
I'm
common
just
name.
saying.
Okay. You're just starstruck
Okay.
by CT. Okay, we
Yes.
all
Aren't we
know the
all?
wonders of her.
Don't worry about it.
Yes,
I have
we
like
have
the
to
weightest name in history. It's fine, Andrew. I feel you.
And then there's Dorcas.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Nice
Dun,
to meet
dun,
you.
dun. And Gray, I think you've met Gray.
I don't think so, but fan of your work.
Thank you.
And Vinvint.
Yes, I know a CT.
Yes.
I asked her and Sammy G a while ago for permission to use their artwork for my fabulous Stitch and Atom animated thing.
Stitching Adam.
He can't say it right. He just
No.
can't.
Yeah, no,
I
sorry.
actually refuse
just
to
let it
say
go.
it
Never.
right. You know,
He's
I
done.
double down. That sort of backlash, cognitive dissonance. The more people are like, "You're not saying it right," the more I want to actually go Stitchy and Ucha or something
Stitch and
completely
Alan?
ridiculous.
Alan,
there you go.
yes.
Yes.
Actually,
Well,
one of the first super chats I ever sent on their channel, I called them Stick and Alan. And that led to about 3 months of people just super chatting and getting their names wrong. And I remember Stitch being so mad about it.
Oh God, no,
Great.
totally.
Now
wrong.
he has
that's
humor for
wonderful.
that purpose.
I'm totally gonna do that on Sunday. Sorry, you shouldn't have told
Do
us
it.
that.
No, bring it back.
Yeah. Yes, and your move is over, right? You're done.
It is. Yeah, no, the move was actually it was a 4-day road trip, so that was fun. In a car packed full of stuff with 2 other people, so that was an adventure, let's say. Had to ship back a lot of things. I'll put it like that, because there was just not enough room in a Honda
Oh,
Civic.
not enough space. Oh damn.
Oh,
Oh God. I would.
by
yeah.
the way, I have a new keyboard that I'm using today.
Nice.
Yeah.
Congrats.
I must not
if
show
you
the
look-
picture.
Yeah, if you wanna. Yeah.
Listen, I really loved building the keyboards because I built one for Sitch, and then I built one for myself, and then I just bought another one, and I was like having a great
Nice.
time, and I'm like, oh, this is really expensive though. Like I thought art was an expensive
Yes.
hobby, and it's like, oh, the switches alone are like on average like I don't know,
Yeah,
This is
$60
this is-
at minimum.
Yeah.
This
Yeah,
is
exactly.
Catri's latest. How cute is that?
Oh, that reminds me of
Oh
like
my
the old
gosh.
school keyboards from like elementary school because I'm a boomer.
Oh, but like, look at all the kitty cat keycaps with the
They are
coffee.
very cute.
Yeah, and also the thing is solid
That's
aluminum.
what it was before.
It's big and hefty. It's big and hefty.
It's big and hefty and has a knob.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I noticed that you really like the knobs, Andrew.
I do, because you can program them to be macros for anything you want, and so I have one of them set up to be macros for video editing. So like if I need to like fine tune scroll, I don't have to guess. I can just rotate the knob and dial things in very precisely, and tapping the knob will make a cut, and all sorts of different like hotkey type stuff for video editing just on the knob.
All right, that would be pretty cool. I am kind of jealous of your knob.
Phrasing. No, because I have a couple of hotkeys on my like mouse that do like splitting and then delete for just clips and that kind of thing. But the knobs are super handy. I will give you that. I also just noticed that Cat is in a gaming chair, and I kind of love that.
Isn't it cute?
Come on, he's modern. Like, where else would it be? Cat tree?
Actually, that would be great if there was a cat tree.
But
put the gaming chair on the cat tree.
Yeah, gaming cat tree.
You need to have a little bit of negative space in the frame. Okay, that would just be too cluttered, in my opinion.
Minimalism.
Well, I could put like the background to a cat cafe. Put the background to a cat cafe.
Yeah, I'll take a picture for you. Like a real cat cafe, but then again, like Dolly would probably be able to make you a nicer one. We're looking for cat cafes in cat cafe. No, we're gonna go tomorrow weekend.
Nice. I feel like it would be a really bad idea for me to go to a cat cafe because I would just never leave.
Yeah, it's gonna be very difficult to leave. I am kind of like, what am I gonna do?
Kidda just brings home 15 cats.
Yeah. Look at these. So share this tab instead. Look at them.
Oh my god.
Because there's so many cats in Dubai as well. So, and the Arabic cats are so skinny. They're like this. They're just like that. There's a shitload of them like that. My cats are such fit kitties. And there's some fit. Oh, Mom. I'm going to die, guys. But I'm going to take all the photos and I'll put them on the Discord.
But, I recommended that anime about a cat cafe and you've never watched it.
Oh, because I can hardly do anything.
You also recommend a lot of people a lot of things, Andrew.
Cats are gay. Mysterious stranger, you are out, dude. Fuck off.
What's wrong with gay cats? Do you have something against gay cats?
No,
Dorcas, make sure to mark that down. Against gay cats.
Get
the more progressive cat.
One of my late cat was a gay cat. It was very.
I thought you were going to say one of my best friends is a gay cat.
I've got friends that are like that.
So if you didn't already know, me and Kitty are competing for Queen.
Oh no.
She sounds really enthralled about this.
In the cat
we need to get your endorsement.
Yes.
What is this competition for?
Queen of the world, Queen of cats. Does it really matter? Kind of changes weekly.
It does. Queen of cat election. Continue. Okay.
Am I the only vote?
Wait. You know what? Should we just do the announcement now?
Yes. Before you cast your vote. Before everyone else votes.
No, but she doesn't have to vote now, okay?
Correct.
I can vote now. I don't need to be informed voter. It's fine.
No, the election only occurs when the American election happens. We've decided.
Okay.
First of all,
that's fair.
First of all, seeing as we're trusting someone to report on it, there is a statement that he would like to read.
Oh gosh, yes. I had to make a Twitter account in order to make this announcement, which was very difficult because Twitter has gone extinct. But
Yeah. I don't want to talk about it.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dorcas. Many of you know me as the reporter who's been covering the cat elections. Earlier this week, I was reporting on the average cat's opinion on the issues that matter most to them, as well as the feelings on the current slate of candidates who are running for queen. In my haste to share my findings, I committed a grave sin. There's no easy way to put this. I misgendered a cat. There are no excuses for this offense. I apologize deeply, and from the bottom of my heart, I apologize to all cats everywhere whom I may have inadvertently caused any amount of trauma to with my thoughtlessness. I've spent the majority of my career fighting for cat issues like the cardboard box shortage and making electronic cables look less chew-worthy. It pains me to think that in one moment of foolishness, I've undone 3 weeks of hard work covering this election. In this troubling time, I humbly beg your forgiveness and empathy. I will be better. I will do better. Now, from here on, I fully intend to continue covering this election, but please understand I do so from a position of having checked my privilege and will be better for it. I'm Dorcas, the head news anchor and investigative reporter over at CMN, Cat Muse Network. And then if you look to the right, you will see the offense.
Yeah, here is the offense. I'm trying to zoom in on it properly. Galete, I think, is here to also answer for his sins.
Yes.
He did it too. This guy followed me for a little bit on my way to the market. And now I'm covering the cat elections and want their voices heard. And then Galente is like, he might join the campaign team. And then my cat's that color, it's a pretty female. Don't misgender the kitty. But yeah.
That darn kitty doing the queen's work.
Yeah, you see, that's what I would do. As queen, that's what I would do. I'd make sure kitty cats don't get misgendered.
I find this actually a bit offensive because you are implying that your was that biological essentialism. You don't know how that cat identifies.
I did say typically. I didn't say the exact, but also seeing as you put on a crown.
Dorcas, can you or Galente, can you mute?
Yeah, Galente's in the factory. Okay, but this is not that was just
the factory. Is he a slave? What is happening?
Yes, he's in the thinker factory.
He's in the Discord factory. He's a very big Oompa Loompa.
Yeah.
Literally in a chocolate factory.
Yeah. But don't call him Charlie. I made that mistake once. And
I was going to say Willy Wonka, but thank you for catching me. Don't want to have to write a Twitter apology.
So here we go, guys. Everybody, I hope you can hear.
Hey, I'm Grey Poupée. Now, I could have gotten a professional film crew, and I could have gone to some sort of professional location for this, but, you know, I think this message is just too important to, wait. Quite frankly, I've seen a lot of mudslinging and dishonest tactics in this election, and so I've decided to throw my hat in the ring, so to speak. You voters deserve a queen who's willing to focus on the issues. I know that's really unfashionable in these times, but if you vote for me, you have my word. I will focus on my constituents' best interests first and foremost. Issues like reducing the homeless cat crisis. Together we can put a cat in every loving home. If there's a way to make sure that all cats have access to universal tuna income, I will find it. Together, we can make sure that every cat has a consistent and unchanged feeding time, never to be missed. I repeat, never to be missed. Okay? And finally, we will develop the technology that will finally allow cats to actually catch the laser pointer light. The scientists are hard at work on this one, and they tell me just after the election, we should have cracked that code. Now,
just after the election.
Just after.
The most in this election. And it's time to get to work. A vote for mustard is a vote for all cats.
So, now there are 3.
3 candidates.
Congratulations to you all.
I love that CT just come in and this is what
Yeah, you try to scare her away with this election, like you need to decide.
Listen, I've been online for a really long time. I've seen some shit. Okay, it's fine.
I've seen some shit. Wouldn't recommend it.
You don't
I've
have
seen
to
some
vote
shit.
now.
I've also been involved in some shit, so it's fine.
At least we're not, I think all of us can say that Adam should not be Queen of Cats.
Yes.
Because,
Not
much as
after
we'll-
Tuesday.
as much as he will feed everyone, he will make sure they're obese.
That will be the
And,
only thing he does is feed them all.
Yeah,
Kitty
no.
coming out against obese kitties.
Not against them. I'm
fat
against. I'm
shaming.
against.
Fat shaming.
I am against
Wow.
unhealthy cats. I want healthy kitty cats. And you know what? If we want to talk about overweight cats, I'll find Axel.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but don't cats
I
have the
think-
right to choose whether or not they be unhealthy or not?
I think each cat should have its own choice.
They
And,
can
you know,
choose,
I
yeah.
also
And
appreciate
I'm
unhealthy
I'm
cats.
against humans making the choice for their cats.
Who is Kitty
Strong
to
response
decide
from
what
Kitty.
health looks like for a cat?
Anyway, so that was our election. But we do have CT for a limited time. So I would
Yes.
Video games.
CT can just talk about whatever, because she said she wants to talk about video games. And outside of work, it's her only hobby. So what are you playing currently, CT? If
Mostly
you-
I'm just waiting for the Cyberpunk DLC at the moment.
Okay.
I was into that for a while, and by a while I mean like the last 6 months. And before that, it was like Elden Ring, and I don't remember what I was playing before that. But I kind of just hop around from either new releases or retro stuff for the most part. And so when Stitch and Adam cover something that's actually in my wheelhouse, I tend to freak out a bit and DM them a lot, which is how I kind of ended up on Sunday's show. But no, it's I think like both the woke side and like the the nerd culture side it's frustrating because it's not such a black and white issue where it's like representation is always bad or every character needs to be sexy, which I don't think is what they were saying. It's a bit of a straw man.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like you can have both. Just make games, and if they sell, they sell, and if they don't, they don't. And it's I don't know. It's complicated. TM.
Well, nerds have always been inclusive. Remember Revenge of the Nerds? You had the gay black guy. You had all the weirdos. It's not until those filthy normies invaded that we've really had to deal with these issues. Gatekeeping.
As somebody who's
inclusive like really mean? Like I don't know, like should you aspire to be something or should it represent you exactly? Like I don't know, that's kind of my issue with it. I don't want to be me. I use it as escape, but I don't know that everyone looks at it the same way.
Well, that's
So
the
I don't know, I would
thing.
rather
That's the
there be a
thing too.
character
It's
that I
like
could aspire to.
it all depends on the game because, like in Hades, you don't think you're Zagreus. You don't think that you're going on this
Yeah.
adventure, but you still like relate to him and you're rooting
Fair
for him
enough.
and you want to see his story. But in a game like Elden Ring, where the protagonist is just kind of inconsequential in a way, they don't have any like dialogue. They're a silent protagonist. They're just kind of reacting to the world around them. It's like that I could see there being like more, let's say, customizable options because it is just kind of a blank
Sure.
slate character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. There isn't one size fits all.
I am Zagreus.
One
So
size fits all.
should Hades be more inclusive? Like I don't know, would inclusivity make those characters then like you get to choose, I don't know, their race, their size, whatever? Like I don't know.
I don't think it's necessary.
It seems like that's
in
where
all
they're
games.
trying to
Yeah,
push
it's
inclusion.
it's like in story-based games you can have characters. Like The Walking Dead is another good example, the Telltale one, where it's like you play as Lee, and it's like Lee has a very distinct character. So it all just depends on the game and the story that they're trying to tell. Because like a story-based game that does have kind of a more blank slate protagonist is like Persona, where it's like the connections you make to the other characters is kind of what gets you invested. It's not so much the protagonist who doesn't really have very much of a personality generally.
Exactly. And you're gonna be having different experiences are gonna lend themselves to different methods, and so you're going to also be having issues with what do you call it? How damn it.
I believe in you, Andrew.
Oh yeah. So you're going to be having different philosophies for different studios, and I think that's okay too. We don't need to have everything. Like, if you want to have something that is more liberal, I think that generally speaking, you're going to be having better. Like, it's going to be better for society. But if a leftist wanted to make a game, I don't think that should be disallowed.
There are a couple of games. One in particular comes to mind. It's called After Party, and it's like a point-and-click kind of adventure game where it's, let's say, very woke. And I really liked the concept of it. And it's
Why
like
is it very woke?
It's just the protagonists are very obnoxious in their dialogue, and they keep making like political comments and that kind of thing. And it's like I really wanted to like this game because I like the art style, I like the concept. It's basically you die and you get into a drinking contest with the devil to get out of hell. And then like the game was just ruined by like the political messaging and just everything around it was really obnoxious. And it's like it has like really positive reviews and everything, but when I played it, I was like, I don't think this is for me. This is a little too on the nose.
Mm-hmm.
Like one of the protagonists. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say.
We got another player has entered the ring.
Yeah, back you up there. Oh no.
Well, hello.
I do like that you are a humanity. That's pretty based.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have the avatar or the picture on my phone yet, even though somebody went through the whole effort of generating a bunch of AI pics for me because they were so nice. But for some reason, I couldn't convince Streamlabs from on my phone to use it instead of like this random picture of a DS1 humanity that I found on my phone.
Listen,
so
I
yeah.
like the humanity, okay?
Katru, I hope you haven't forgotten what you were saying. Sorry.
Real quick, at least you sound decent. So.
You sound
I couldn't hear. Oh, okay. Unlike you, I mean, sorry, but yeah, I could barely understand what was going on there. But yeah,
factory, okay? He's a slave.
And right now, just as I once again arrive, the cats once again. Like, listen, I'm just a cat magnet. I'm just yes, because previously today. I don't know. Previously today, I went for a walk in the forest, and there were 0 cats. And now they're just once again. As soon as I join Thinkers, they are just literally swarming me. They are coming. They are all over. Yeah, they are just attracted to you.
Hydra is my reporter in the field. He's getting the lay of the land for,
He's getting
the current cat situation. Yes.
Yeah, sorry, Katru, what were you continue with what you were talking about? We've got the three video game people here, really. Hydra's really, also big into video games, into video game design, all of that.
Yep, and modding for over 10 years. So
really? Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, figured out a lot of firsts, even though people were telling me, oh, it's not possible, nobody has done it before, and I don't know. I just sit down for 12 hours and do it because I feel like it.
Well, I mean, that's how I learned to animate. One of my jobs was I was working on trading cards at the time, and the boss was like, "Hey, can you do animated GIFs?" And I'm like, "I sure can." And then it was off to YouTube to learn how to make animated GIFs in about 5 hours. Hey, it worked out, all right.
That seems to be such a creative person thing. Like we work with a designer, and he's just like, I'll figure it out, and he goes and does it, and it's amazing, and you're like, cool, but
very nice.
You had to figure it out. Like, that's what happens.
Every artist is just like, I'll figure it out. It's fine.
Yeah,
it's just a random spur. And the first time you even like for me, whenever I open like a new video game or anything, if there is a problem, it's just I'm modding it, I'm fixing it, I'm changing it. This is not okay. Like it has to be done differently or something.
Where did he go? Oh, you know what he did? He's on his phone, and
they The cat's got
He's on
him.
his phone. He's on his phone and he presses a button or whatever. Yeah, there we go. StreamYard's
Welcome back,
This time I didn't press anything. It wasn't me. I legit got kicked or something happened. No. Listen, previously it happened that StreamYard's on the phone. Guys, it's not nice. Okay, I think you can all agree. It's a lesson in Bethesda UI design. Don't do it. It's not okay. But this time I didn't press anything, I swear, because I was looking at the thing this whole time. I wasn't petting the cats like before or anything, that my attention was somewhere else. I was literally looking at it and it suddenly said, "You are backstage." I'm like, what? I don't know.
Catherine kicked you out, yeah.
Hey, I'm on your side. I was with the whole cat room for Queen. What the fuck? Friendly fire. Come on, man.
Oh my gosh. Sparkles is
We would never
pictures are
kick
so
you,
cute.
Hydra.
Look at these. Look at these.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. Because I'm on a phone, I can't see the chat either. Fucking amazing. Thank you, Streamlabs. I want to... I like, this is the kind of situation when I immediately like is, okay, I'm modding this, I'm changing it immediately. So it's not just, but also not just interactions, but it's just, I don't know, want to fucking create.
Oh, that was really good.
One of my favorite examples.
That's
of,
what
like,
I wanted. That's what I wanted to set up as the picture, but my phone said no. Fucking hell! Come on, man. I had all of these, and I was trying to set them up, and Sina was like, "Nope, you can take this humanity though." So I was like, "Okay, fine."
Humanity's cool though too. Come on. Well, I was gonna say one of my favorite examples.
I
of, like,
wanted them so bad.
The modding community actually like fixing a game is like Aliens Colonial Marines, because I think it was Gearbox who did it, or yeah, it might have been Gearbox. It was one of the bigger ones, and they fucked up the tracking on the aliens where they just wouldn't
completely
chase the
ruined the
players.
game. Yeah,
and it was like one line of code, and the modders went in there and fixed it. So now that game is like actually playable. Which is pretty
Listen,
funny.
if you ever feel bad about some massive project or game or whatever getting ruined by one line of code, consider it that we lost the Voyager 2 probe because some motherfuckers didn't agree whether it's going to be in metric or imperial, and it went the wrong way for quite some time. So a line of code can change a lot of things, not with just games. But yes, unfortunately, it's all over the place. And way back when I originally started, it wasn't even about fixing games. It was just about making what you wanted or being creative, you know.
What is your
but
favorite
nowadays
mod
it's just it's just fix the game for the devs. That's what it is nowadays.
Yeah.
My favorite mod that I've done, oh god, there are so many, it's hard to choose. But there are different ones. Like the one I'm most proud of maybe was when, but it's like, it depends from a perspective, because for a long time, when the 2018 Prey came out, which is one of my favorite games, everybody said, "Oh no, you can't mod it this way. You can't change how the random loot works. You can't alter the containers only if you have the whatever this DLC because that adds that custom container, whatever." And I was like, I don't believe this, and I did it in 30 minutes. In 30 minutes, everybody said you couldn't do it. I looked all over the internet. Everybody was like, "No, you can't do this." And I just did it on myself. And I didn't even share it or anything, because I was like, it's a good idea. I want to do it for myself. And then that was that.
Like, fuck you, I can do it.
Literally, like it happened. Listen, there are games out there, which I won't name for reasons, that have been specifically designed to prevent modding. I modded them, just saying. I mod them anyway because I want to.
No, Bethesda's pretty good about mods, or at least they used to be before that whole like creator store weird.
Oh yeah, they only stopped because of the outreach. They will try again as soon as the focus.
Oh, as soon as they think they can get away with it, they're gonna try again.
Yes, obviously, it's the classic 2-step back.
I'm not exactly sure about that, because there's some information I heard they were just trying to ramp up almost everything, the pricing of Bethesda game. Rushing out Fallout 76 is why there was so many shit going on to sort of raise up the price to sell to Xbox.
I don't think it's like a one-time thing. It's part of a broader trend.
A broader
like
trend in the industry. I can agree, but
not the industry within Bethesda.
Okay.
I was not alluding to the state of the gaming industry as much as I could cry about it for hours. I was more so referring to the fact that Bethesda itself has been transforming its business practices so much that I wouldn't accept this. Oh no, guys, we just needed more money. This way, for this one limited time period, we decided to get it unethically. I promise we won't do it again, guys. No, it's okay. Stop it. No,
Trust us.
like.
I remember back in the day the
Obviously,
horse
they've been
armor. Okay, Bethesda is still on my
fucking
shit list.
don't get me started. Don't listen, CT. You don't know me. You don't get to do these things because I go on these autistic rants and take over the stream. So be careful.
Yeah, stop the
I'm
depressed.
the one really in
As I
control
said
over
last
here.
night when somebody was just talking to me and he was like, I was arguing with this person all day and I never got frustrated once. You said one thing to me and now I'm just upset. And I'm like, that's because I'm a professional menace.
Don't even have to try.
So what do we think about Unity, though?
Oh yeah, I know all about that stuff because it's about to affect me personally. So I know all about it. The main thing is, if you guys, can I explain it in a nutshell quickly?
Yeah.
Please do.
So, he probably doesn't even
But
know.
Is it going to change Epic? Is Epic
no,
gonna fold?
no. So a lot of things. This is kind of frustrating because the press once again doesn't show you the full and clear picture, just the outrage part. So what is actually happening? The system before was that after reaching 200,000 confirmed downloads and installs officially through a verified process, Unity would be entitled to 5, 10, 50% of your total revenue based on another system that I won't go into. And from that, they changed now into a system where afterwards there will be a smaller percentage based on each individual download after 200,000. Now, but they also added the fact that it also needs to reach some other flat boundaries over there that I forgot exactly what it was, but they added some clarifiers. The main concerns are that due to how the system is changed, I obviously hope that they did this, but hopefully they will protect it so that despite the changes, they will still be able to verify what is, of course, a normal download and an install, other than one that is, well, not an actual download and install. But what it is going to affect, basically, it's not going to affect the little guys, the indie developers, that much, because in total, they will actually have to pay a little bit less unless they reach, of course, 200,000. But upwards from there, everyone who grows bigger will be heavily punished. Now, this will completely fly over the heads of the smaller devs, but it will prevent people easily from growing bigger, which will ultimately cause the problems that most people will see more and more barriers pushed in the way of their dreams of growing big eventually in the game industry, and as such, they won't be motivated even to make the little things because they see it that it is harder and harder for them to honestly really make it big and succeed, and as such, fewer will try even in the smaller fields at all. Even if it's just a distant dream, motivation itself will suffer, and as such, the industry will suffer. Even if it doesn't hurt the little guy directly, indirectly, it will be a negative effect. But that is just my opinion.
It'll incentivize people from making small projects and then moving on and not supporting.
Yes, and also monetization will have to be once again be overhauled. Game prices will have to be increased. More microtransactions put in to make back all of the money. So this cut, when we upscale it to like the bigger creators, means it that they will once again increase the flat price, put in more monetizations, and try to milk the player base and squeeze them even harder to make even more money, because it will cut deeply into their pockets this time around, harder, the bigger they are. So it will have a lot of negative effects for both the big and small creators.
This sounds like it's bad effects. Why? How do they justify this? What is their
new monetization policy? We decided to, I don't know, change with the time, subscription, whatever, subscription-based market.
Are they trying to justify it and be like it'll help, or they're trying to act like it is?
they did try to act with the whole, surely we are helping the little guy over here and whatever, but they like backtracked and deleted it then and all sorts of stuff. They tried, they are sort of wrangling around right now like a fish thrown ashore, but we will yet to see what their moves it will be in the long run, because in the short run it seems like they'll stick by it for now.
I mean, that kind of happened with Wizards of the Coast, didn't it? They changed their homebrew kind of stuff, where it's like now they can claim they own anything that you make.
Yeah, the OGL.
It seems to have settled now.
Settled? So what? But they kept it that way? I don't know.
No, I mean, like, it was a big controversy, but like people just seem to have kind of accepted that now. Before you could kind of make your own kind of, like they're saying, like homebrew stuff. Like it didn't have to be official, and that's fine. But now apparently they own that if you do it, which is kind of strange.
Yeah, it's been a while since I looked up all the OGL stuff, but essentially there was an open gaming license, which was very creator friendly. And then one day Wizards of the Coast was like,
hey, wait, we can get a piece of this pie.
Exactly, and it was very much not creator friendly, and it gave Wizards of the Coast the option to like control or take the IP that the creators made. And I believe they backtracked a little bit, and they ended up putting the original
performatively.
They ended up putting the original OGL. Oh God, it's been so long. I don't remember terms. They basically enshrined it for people to use but for stuff that had come out prior to. So through 5th edition, essentially. So everything that comes out after will be under their new license, which isn't as good, but better than what they originally wanted. Still not as good. So then Paizo, I think it was, came out with the Orc license, which Runkle of the Bailey had some issues with, but again is an improvement over what Wizards of the Coast is doing. And that's about the bulk of what I remember. It's been a little while now.
Yeah, it has.
But it feels like the dust settled on that. And like
I don't like. I'm not in touch with that one at all. But did they? Like, I know with the Unity stuff, they weren't really like pushed or anything. They just decided to, we can get more money, let's do it. But with the Wizard of the Coast thing, like, was there any sort of like environmental change within the market or anything that would like motivate them to move in this direction, or was it literally just let's increase profits?
I think it was probably just let's increase profits, because people make a lot of really complicated, intricate stuff for D&D, like their own systems, their own classes, their own spells and everything. And Wizards of the Coast is probably just like, we could probably use some of that and just like sell it.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I'm gonna just take it.
The ethics on that is still like out there. Although hopefully the majority on the paid mods is already settled ethically. I hope so.
They were also trying to crack down on websites like Roll20, where you could play the game online to support their own platform for playing online, and they're trying to move
I remember that.
Nice.
I even remember that, because I was like, well, that's the only way I'm gonna play. I don't know enough nerds. Fuck you guys.
And they wanted to also move in a direction more towards microtransactions. So they wanted you to use their platform to play online, and they wanted you to pay for tokens, etc.
Historically never worked, by the way. Never ever worked as a business of like, we are going to make more people like I'm sorry. The only way really to defeat piracy or intimidator websites or anything like that you consider yourself as harmful to your business is to make your product essentially better, more appealing, easier and safer to get. You're not going to like push down, for example, video game piracy by fucking creating this most complicated, mind-numbingly autistic de novo DRM, which in turn makes your game run slower than a pirated copy that has it removed and
I was about
just
to bring up
objectively make
Denuvo.
it worse. And some motherfucker with ADHD still cracks it anyway, just 2 weeks after release. But the only way, this too, for Netflix, by the way, people were completely chill until they increased prices in all of the other streaming services, like, or whatever the fuck they are called now, suddenly appeared as well. So, of course, piracy is having a renaissance then, once again, because the only way historically you can defeat it is to make it so that officially buying the game is faster, easier, safer, more appealing, and just generally a better experience than pirating it. And because you stepped over that line, basically, just to get more money for the sake of getting more money, you inadvertently cross this unseen boundary where once again these forces that you consider oh so harmful, must be stopped at all costs, have the advantage over you, because suddenly what they do is easier, safer, more appealing, and more comfortable for the customer. That's really it.
For me, it's mostly a matter of like convenience. It's like
never
Netflix
underestimate that huge factor, convenience, easily.
Yeah.
That's how most of the delivery services were born. Really, the industry really only exists because of that. And just to essentially trample on that for profits, you are shooting yourself in the foot so hard, you are cutting the tree under yourself. Because no matter how much more you may squeeze, ultimately reducing convenience will, percentage-wise, reduce your customers too. It's such a business 101. But when you are counting your billionaire yachts, I guess you are just not really in touch. And unfortunately, middle management is fucked in these cases usually. So there is not really good transformation in terms of like what's actually going on the ground, what doesn't really get to the top, and people are out of touch. And that's when shit like this happens, when you don't have good information about not only your assets, but other assets and the market itself. And that's when you slip, really, basically.
But then
I find funny with the Russel Brand, some of us are saying see and wait, but we're making all these jumping about the Unity choice. And I don't disagree overall that it was most likely for, but also about
what do you mean jumping by on the Unity? Sorry to interrupt, but
I don't think
like
so. I
what
think we have
I
informed
think
opinion on Unity.
you're making speculation, though. I'm just pointing out there's a lot of speculation about why they went with this choice, and everyone's seeing about just they want.
Yeah, but I like obviously put the big if in front of everything I said, and about like why Unity could have made the decision and said, I don't know, but if they made it only for more profits, then that's done. But otherwise, everything I said was just factually what happened. So I don't think it's fair to compare that to somebody who is like not putting out honestly and essentially in front of everyone talking about Russel Brand for I think this happened, I think that happened, instead of just properly explaining that they are.
What's happening with Unity. We know a lot.
It's not fair to compare like the factual nature of the changes to a public engine to what happens to this controversial, polarizing figure in terms of a serious allegation. I'm sorry, the comparison is just not apt, really. Like, I understand what you're trying to say, but I just disagree fundamentally.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, there's just so many market forces out there. I mean, it definitely is within business. There's so much hidden behind the surface.
Well, I don't doubt that.
That's true.
But just because they want
not the
to
point.
make
That is awesome. The chocolate factory, man.
The chocolate factory.
Chocolate factory.
He's in us.
Oh shit! I can't see it on my phone. It's too small.
Always sucks, man.
Well, it's magical.
So, yeah, with
glorious beard needs to be covered.
They can't necessarily. What is it? They might actually need money. Who knows if they need money or not? The point is they're making a really bad business decision. Regardless of whether they
your coffers more in the long run.
Money.
Yeah,
they're shooting themselves in the foot, regardless of whether they need the money or not.
Yes.
I
understand, like publicly.
Honestly.
Awesome.
Yeah, but even
should have
at
more transparency overall. So maybe there's nothing behind this.
So magical.
Maybe there is something, but I think a lot of the problems with the marketing and a lot of these decisions do come down to sort of not transparency behind these companies.
I don't know if the transparency would help at all, because I understand like what you're saying and it is appealing, but if you put yourself in the company's shoes, declaring or even hinting at the fact that they might need more money will perhaps incentivize other forces or other events that they are trying to avoid. But instead of just going with the price change and trying as hard to posture that, oh, we are following the trend, it's the future is subscription-based, guys, which it's not. I would rather kill myself than live in such a world.
As you said, Stadia failed overall. Game Pass is doing better, but...
Well, Game Pass actually has like value, because I just found out Starfield is on Game Pass. I'm like, okay, well, I wasn't gonna pay $80 for that game, but I'm tempted to pay like $20 for a month.
That's
and
why.
Just play
that's why the
Starfield.
original Netflix succeeded. Like again, it matters, because when the OG Netflix was like a couple of dollars and there was so much stuff on it, just so much, and it was so easy, literally like a press of a couple of buttons, and it was there immediately. Convenience, safety, speed, again, comfortable for the customer.
I got
and
HBO.
Instead, we moved into a more fractured market, more competitive, and now that's why we have like once again not the same forces acting around.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm really just repeating myself.
Redone over again. Yeah.
My apologies for repeating myself, but yeah, it's
game prices being raised. Game prices being raised.
Yeah.
True.
Well, I don't doubt that that Game Pass is more valuable, but I just play PlayStation more. So I still buy the lowest tier of PSN, PlayStation Plus, so that I can play online. And that's
okay. I'm gonna say, after like going to Steam, I went back to playing like I think it was PlayStation 4 because I was gonna play Monster Hunter with somebody, and then I realized I needed to pay for online, and I'm like, oh, I remember this.
Yes, what the fuck is that?
I remember this nightmare.
Oh, come on, CT, come play Monster Hunter. But yeah,
I would, but I don't want to spend like $60
No.
for the year. I think it's more than that now, actually.
It's more than that.
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ. See, this is why I will stay on PC forever. Fuck this.
Well, the nice
What
thing
the fuck
about
is the
Game
series?
Pass is like because I bought an Xbox because I'm a dweeb and it's fine. It's Cyberpunk related, but so I bought an Xbox, but it's like when you pay for Game Pass, like if you pay for I think it's a Game Pass Ultimate, you can play on PC and console, and it's just like your save game like carries over. I'm like, okay, well that's pretty good. Like PlayStation, what are you doing? Like, get it together. Come on.
Yeah.
Well, like what do you call it? Okay,
there is cross save with Destiny at least.
I don't love Blizzard, but their Diablo 4, when you like, I can switch between my PC and my console because I have it for both. I have it on PlayStation, PS5, and on PC, and I can switch between the two with the same character. And I really do like that.
Yeah,
have you guys all played Starfield? Sorry.
No, I have
not. Oh no, don't get me started on that fucking bullshit again. No, please, come on.
Oh, do we not like Starfield? I'm actually excited to play it, honestly.
No, fuck that shit. What is that bullshit? What is that lazy, controversy, fucking dumbass shit? Like,
So you're not going to play it at all? As the person who's played Starfield.
Listen, as somebody who experienced the first couple hours of Starfield, listen here. A cat is trying to currently fucking undo my shoe. Don't stop that. Okay.
Hydra.
My apologies. I just fighting with the kitties. Okay.
Hydra.
Yeah. So.
Statement of appreciation, Hydra.
Yep. The cat's trying to undo my shoe. That's fucking shoelaces. That's what. Okay. So my problem with Starfield is whenever originally announced the 1,000 planets, that's fine, completely fine, understand. You are going the randomly generated route of like having a bigger map with relatively lower depth, but you are going to make it up with procedural generation of terrain and all sorts of stuff. Now, what they instead decided to do is to have the same place copied over and over again. So I'm a huge sucker for environmental storytelling, as you probably know, because of Dark Souls and everything else, who had me spoiled. But there was this abandoned mine in Starfield that was inhabited by space pirates. You go through, you kill all the pirates, take all the loot, and at the very end of the mine, there is this weird alien skull, fossil something, where it suddenly ends, and there is this, like, all of the equipment is just done away and abandoned. And I love this because it's implied that, oh, this mining operation was ongoing, and he discovered something weird, and he had to stop and abandon the operation and everything because of this weird fossil alien, whatever, remnant. Maybe it was dangerous, maybe they called in an archaeological team or science team, something, and that's eventually the place got abandoned, and that's when the pirates moved in. Great piece of environmental storytelling, or so I thought. I encountered this exact same place 7 times in the next 20 hours. 7 fucking times. And they didn't even change the placement of the pirates, the placement of the loot, the type of the loot. Every single item was in the exact same place. And the score was still there too. It was the exact same shit all over again and again and again and again. And not even the laziest, oh, let's change the texturing, the coloring, the lighting. Literally nothing. Just copied over again and again and again and again. And even the fucking main story, it was there. What is that horse shit? I'm sorry.
What game was this?
Like, at the very Starfield, at the very least, you could have deleted the alien
I
shitty
encountered something
stuff
similar in the game, but it was more of a institute, and there was same exact layout. I do think
that's fine because you could explain it as like you could explain it like they build the settlement the same way, whatever. It's fine.
The same thing. I didn't encounter it 7 freaking times in a row, and definitely they will have to do something to do that. Yeah, I
listen.
agree.
There are so many ways to solve this. As a modder, my mind immediately went, okay, we are going to randomly generate a route. First of all, we are going to make sure that what type of things can generate on what type of credits, make it dependent on climate, atmosphere, distance to the sun. Next, we are going to create modules. Next, we are going to create how these modules can be placed next to each other, interact. Then we are going to make sure how the randomly generated layouts can work, how they place together properly so we don't have Elder Scrolls 2-esque fucking infinite 11-dimensional dungeons that are impossible to go through, but at the same time, there is a normal like way and direction and everything, and then we're going to make sure how these modules make sense and fit into the world and are enjoyable to interact with and doesn't get too repetitive. But no, they instead just copied the exact same thing over and over. There was this other example. I encountered this 4 times. Toxic bubble waste, whatever the fuck, research station next to it. Nice, they were researching whatever this alien fucking slime from another world is. Nope. 4 exact times, again and again and again. Exact same shit. Like, I understand that you could have something like, oh, on worlds with this specific phenomenon, there is a chance to generate a scientific research station that is doing some research with that thing, but with the exact same position, the exact same distance, the exact same look, the exact same placement of every single object with the exact same loot, and exact same placement of every last entity is just so lazy. The least you could have done is shifted around the loot.
Okay, so if they correct that in the future, do you think it'll be much better?
Vivint, hold on.
You just need to. You just need to.
I'm
breathe.
done. Sorry.
Sparkles has asked that you please breathe because she wants you to be okay.
Breathe.
I'm sorry. This is fucking annoying.
No, but I was gonna ask. You said you liked like environmental storytelling and that kind of thing. How do you feel about Elden Ring and them reusing all of the bosses, or not all of the bosses?
I didn't play Elden Ring yet properly. I'm starting to play through it. Literally now, I decided like I'm going to, because I tried it before, but I had to immediately stop, etc. And I want to like enjoy it in one solid place when I can finally. So that's what I'm going to do.
I'm genuinely excited for Hydra to experience Elden Ring for its environmental storytelling. Like it literally,
it's really really good. That's why I was asking, because I'm like, well, they do reuse a lot of like the bosses and stuff at certain points, especially like later in the game, like Godric, for example. But like,
okay, all I can say is that if you look at let's say Dark Souls 1 reusing the Asylum Demon Fire Mage, whatever the fuck. At least with reusing the Asylum Demon, it made sense. So that, oh, there is another one beneath it. Spoilers. Okay, fine. In the same place, sort of makes sense. Demon Fire Mage, at least they changed the colors, little bit of effects, how it attacks you, a little bit different arena. Okay. And that's minimal effort, but at the very least that coding that in would take literally 10 minutes. Basic, minimal effort. At the very least, that much variation could already help so much with the Starfield situation. Instead of just copying the same thing over and over, this is the worst mistake you can make when you decide to go with the wider but with less depth design instead of like the thinner but more deep design with open world games.
I almost don't want to tell you about the Erd Tree avatar in Elden Ring.
I'll pipe in here to say that as someone who very much enjoyed Elden Ring, CT, I think it is a valid criticism to comment on the reused assets.
Oh no, don't get me wrong. I fucking love Elden Ring. I have like 200 hours in that game. I'm just like, it makes repeat playthroughs a little bit kind of tedious. Like if you know what you need and you know where to go, it's fine. But like the first time around, it's not that bad.
Agreed.
I somehow doubt that FromSoft plays the exact same entities at the exact same position with the exact same loot, with the exact same design, in the exact same situation, with the exact same encounter, dropping the exact same stuff with the exact same possible, like no. Obviously, at the very least, even if they reused it, I trust that they at least give them some new movements or different loot, or you encounter them in a different place with a different position in different surroundings or something. One of those can already help so much.
Like the
Capra
Demon.
Oh my god, the Capra Demon. Oh god.
Well, yeah. God,
hey, at one point they gave him dogs, all right?
Yeah, well, and that's such a wonderful thing because the difficult thing about that fight is not the Capra Demon
no space,
itself,
yeah,
but the no space and the dogs, which fundamentally changes the battle.
It's an amazing boss fight, in my opinion, because it's so unconventional difficulty. And it's not bullshit difficulty, unlike the ground randomly falling away beneath you. Like, it's it's such a thing where it's fair, but it's something that you should have thought about is possible. And it's also, if you have some long weapons, you better change. You better decide to change. Of course, but that's always a thing that's just possible to cheese stuff. But
the Erd Tree avatar
I love the
that
unorthodox difficulty.
The Erd Tree avatar that I brought up is a reskin of the Asylum Demon with a completely different moveset, for sure. But it's
then there it is. At the very least, they changed that. That's the point.
But you will fight that Erd Tree avatar probably 6 or 7 times through your playthrough.
Do they drop different loot? Do they get new set or anything?
I mean, one of them inflicts Scarlet Rot. That's
that's the only difference.
And do they drop the exact same items? And are they in the exact same position with the exact same surroundings, with the exact same map layout around them?
Kind of, yeah. Honestly.
Okay, that's not a yes, so I'm going to have faith that at least change something. Otherwise, I would experience it for myself and come back then.
Yeah, I mean, I can come back on after you play the game and we can talk about it if you want. Because I do actually genuinely like that game, like a lot. It was like my most played game like last year. So it's like I really like Elden Ring, but it is flawed and there is some like repeat content. I'm still gonna play Starfield though. Like it doesn't. The thing is, like, I liked No Man's Sky pre the big patch, and I liked Cyberpunk because it's getting like a huge patch in like a week, I think. But it's like I don't mind games that are like very, let's say, deeply flawed. I'll put it like that.
I know. I've played No Man's Sky ever since the Foundations update, so I know that. I recently stopped again because they decided to appeal to Switch players or whatever the fuck, and fuck up everyone's inventory, and now I had to restructure everything. But I recently started playing it again. And the difference between the difference between
Vincent.
I'm sorry, I'm too annoying. I know I'm scaring away people. Yeah. So I was joking. I know, of course. What I was saying is that going from Starfield to No Man's Sky was such an amazing relief, such a change. The way No Man's Sky does random generation instead, so much fucking better than Starfield. It was so refreshing. The change between them was truly something to enjoy. I struggle to put this into words, but of course it's not a fair comparison. No Man's Sky had like more than 5 years to get to this point, and Starfield just released. But it's the way it's done, and it's the exact same formula in this very basic, distilled down skeletal form, but just how they go about executing it and putting that tiny little change of changing just something, just very basic, can actually make it so that the gameplay loop doesn't become that repetitive and you don't see it as lazy. Because all that was needed in Starfield too, just change one of those things, just change the loot, change the skin of the enemies, just one of them, change the layout of the dungeon or whatever. I'm sorry to bring it back there, but yes, in No Man's Sky, the random generation is just that tiny bit cranked, so it's always a little bit not the same. I don't know how to say this, but yeah, that's my opinion.
That's fair. No, it's like I don't disagree that like repetitive stuff in games can be like annoying and kind of kill the vibe, let's say. I do actually get into
if you literally
RPGs.
just copy paste, without changing a single thing, it will pull you out of the immersion so quickly. It's like seeing a boom mic in a movie. It's like, oh, what the fuck is that? Like Harry Potter Chamber of Secrets duel scene between Harry and Malfoy. There is a split second when there is a boom mic in the cut. But it's like, it's even if you change something just a little bit, it makes it that tiny bit more believable. But if you change nothing and you copy it, like 50% of the player base will immediately go like, come on, like it's the same thing. But otherwise, there is plausible rationalization, which is what you should be aiming for, always.
I don't know, I'm just thinking back to like the Persona games, like 3 and 4 particularly, where it's like just doing the dungeons over and over again, because that's how I used to just chill. That's what I do in RPGs. I just grind, I level up a whole bunch to the point where I'm overpowered for the next boss, and I just like zone out for a while. So it's like doing repetitive. Yeah, I know. But it's like just doing repetitive stuff in games doesn't really bother me. Same thing with like mining or like survival crafty games. It's like I can do the same thing over and over again, but it's just I have to feel like there's a reason for it. But no,
also
like,
please tell me if the
having,
crickets
like,
are too loud. Meanwhile, please tell me if the crickets are too loud.
It's okay. They're soothing.
Yeah, I've got that.
I understand doing like the same dungeon over and over and over again.
Yeah, gameplay loop is like it's gonna be. Yeah, I've got the. A lot of people told me that it was okay, but I just asked when somebody new is around here because I just enjoy this nighttime a little bit, you know. But yeah, a gameplay loop inevitably will show up in one or another form, be it tiny or ginormous or multi-layered or whatever. You should make it so that it doesn't still feel frustratingly repetitive. It's fine if it's repetition that is enjoyable or well done. Like the repetition of how can I put this? The repetition of the original No Man's Sky was frustrating because dealing with the full inventory felt like bullshit. On the other hand, if we go with the, I don't know, let's say, what's a good example? Somebody brought up Minecraft. I think it was OCT. The repetition of, I didn't play Hades. I'm sorry. I know I should. It's on my list.
Okay, well, basically you have to beat the game like 13 times, and it never gets bored, or like it never gets tiring or like repetitive that much.
Yeah,
it's
also
fine.
just let me know if I'm over-explaining or if I'm ranting too much, because I'm prone to all of these things. Just put the brake on me if you feel like you need to. So with Minecraft, the repetition of discovering a new mine or going through a new generated structure or digging a brand new one, looking for a new resource, does have that bit of randomness coded in, so that still something unexpected can happen or something can change or something can be a little bit different, especially adding finally the underground biomes. So that's good. But if you combine that with something that just gives frustration or a feeling of unfair blockage, or going through the exact same shit again, only to be receive negative, essentially negativity instead of rewards at the possibility of punishment, it's like jumping through hoops continuously only to avoid punishment and getting nothing in return. Like inevitably, people will feel cheated and that it's unfair and frustrated and will take the easy way out if it's possible. I don't know if it's like I'm just ranting or if you can understand what I'm trying to say.
Oh no, I get it. I play enough games. Don't worry, I've been there. I know. I've been there. I'll put it like that.
I feel like you guys have such great high standards. Then there's me.
I know, Kitty is just one of those who can turn their brains off and enjoy anything. Yeah.
No, unironically, when I first loaded into Cyberpunk, after the first cutscene was playing and the NPCs were T-posing down the street, that game was like broken from jump for me for some reason, and I still had a great time with it. My standards are not that high. It's fine.
No. There is the possibility to have fun in a broken game. It's entirely possible to make it so like it's not what I just said. It's not mutually exclusive at all. Even without ignoring the so bad it's good category, it's still not mutually exclusive. Like, it's okay. I'm not necessarily even just obsessed with game design in terms of trying to find the flaws and fix them periodically with a fucking autistic focus. I'm also, I'm capable of enjoying deeply flawed games is what I'm trying to say. I'm not the fucking nerd who is constantly looking at the Sorry?
What do you think of Skyrim then?
Fucking amazing.
Seconded.
The original
I never finished
changing
Skyrim.
everything.
Not gonna lie, full disclosure, never finished Skyrim. God. I got too distracted doing all of the side quests.
I lived in Skyrim. I got Skyrim. Galente's just in and out because of his internet, so he's in and out. Hi, Galente again.
Hi Galente, bye Galente, hi Galente.
I kept because now I didn't upgrade PC or anything like that, so I fell behind with games, and then I didn't get new consoles, so I stayed out. And then Gordon got me a PlayStation 4, and the first thing that I wanted to play was very far from 2011. The first thing I wanted to play was Skyrim.
Nice.
And vanilla Skyrim.
It's still
I wanted it broken. I wanted it glitched as fuck. I didn't put the patch. I wanted it.
No. You don't understand what broken and glitched Skyrim is until you tried running it with 600 mod, like mods, like I did. It's a journey, man.
4-minute loading screens.
No, if only 4-minute loading screens. But listen, that was not the issue. The issue was.
Listen, I played that on PS3. I spent a lot of time in loading screens. Okay.
Oh, okay, never mind. This is a console peasant I'm talking to. Okay, I can't sympathize with that. Okay.
Oh no, this was like.
It was a joke. Don't worry. Okay, it's not.
No, I
I'm not like obviously. I'm. Yeah, I'm an entitled PC gamer, so I didn't have problems with the loading times.
I'm a entitled PC gamer, Hydra. Give me your money, and then I'll do it. I'll buy a
once again, my niche is being stolen. That's it. Next time somebody will loudly announce that they have depression, I will have nothing left. My entire identity is being stolen right here. This is appropriation. Help, somebody.
All donations go to the Kitty Fund.
No, never. Cat Roo is for Queen, okay? No. We are going to have a civil war about this. Ranch Force 2.0. Here we go.
Well,
but yeah, anyway.
Trying to go for your shoelaces are voting for me. Anyway, that's how
I am their generals. I am their general. I am their commander. I will command them in battle for the glory of Cat Roo.
But speaking of
we are
glory,
battle-hardened veterans fighting against. I don't even know what kind of animals around here, but some kind of nighttime predators, even though small, they do munch ears around here sometimes.
Speaking of glory, Kitty, how often do you think about Rome?
Every time I look at my Roman nose.
Oh, it was hilarious when Doomer said he didn't know anybody who talks about Rome because one of the people we hang out with super often, Carl. Carl is like obsessed with Rome. No, like he is like a historical buff. Like he knows like everything. So I'm like, Toomer, what are you talking about?
Yes.
Like,
I do want to know, really. I do want to know actually how often everybody does think of Rome, because I don't. I think of my nose. Yes. So
I mean, I'm possibly an outlier, but look at my
you
photo.
kind of, yeah. You're an
it
outlier.
seems
Yeah,
to
it's
be
not
pretty
fair.
common though. I know at least 2 people in in one of the friend groups I'm a part of who are very, very historically focused and do talk about Rome a lot.
Yeah, men, it's supposed to be that men do it. That's the meme. And I suppose they're all just collectively deciding to lie and say that they do think about it. And that's
It's such
I've
one of the
joined
boys'
VCs
jokes.
and they are talking. No, I've joined VCs and they will just be having in-depth conversations about armies and Rome and like talking about like
cool as
historical
fuck, that's
battles
why,
and
yeah.
like the aqueducts. I'm like, what is happening right now? What did I just walk into?
Yeah, so
Culture, innovation.
Yeah.
That's what's happening, CT.
I mean, there's
They think
so
of
much
Rome.
that happened, and yeah, I mean, like, there's so many aspects that come out of it too. Like you mentioned the aqueducts, but also there's like great literature. Like I don't know, has anyone read Meditations? Like I kind of yearly go back through that.
Yep,
it's just
yep,
like
yep.
amazing.
Gordon actually bought that.
It's amazing.
Poor emperor will be
Also, he's
horrified
one of
if
them
he knew
too.
that.
Yeah.
He will be horrified if he knew
Yeah,
that
this is how
millions
it
are reading
starts.
his
He's
personal
gone.
diary.
Oh, you did. Oh, well, he has to read it first, and he's
Okay, fair enough.
And sleep. So
Well, it is so worth.
if he had to
reading.
do it for work,
I don't know. It's crazy.
fucked. I'm gonna ask him. I don't think so. I feel like that's not
Gordon.
something that my husband would do.
You're just like, how do you feel about Rome, honey?
I'm gonna go and do it. I'm gonna go and ask. You guys
Go ask him.
Okay, taking bets. Once a day, once a week. What do you think Gordon's answer will be? CT, you go first.
I don't
Every
know.
morning as he has his coffee.
Excellent. Hydra? Okay, Gray?
I'm gonna go weekly. That's what he will admit to, but we know it's more.
I agree. That's my vote as well.
Mhm.
Hydra?
Well, I'm a sucker for alternate history, so daily.
Okay. And Galente, if you can unmute. How often does Gordon think of Rome?
Never.
Okay. Kitty, what's the answer?
Galente is correct.
Lies.
Galente is correct. Galente is
Ah.
correct. He said never. And I was like, you know that now you are not a real man. Because all men are supposed to think about this. And he's like, just continued.
He just nods politely.
He just knows. He's just like, oh my god, whatever the fuck they were talking about.
He's like,
just
you
randomly
need better
come in there.
friends.
And he's just like, why? Internet things. Oh, it's just internet things. You and your internet things. But he's probably going to, if it's on shorts, because he watches YouTube shorts, if it's something like that, that was where I first saw it, then it'll come in and he's going to start thinking about it now. Daisy? I think about Rome when I work out. Got to achieve that statuesque physique.
Fair.
Oh my gosh. I understand that the thinking about it because of the plumbing thing, but I really don't think. What do I think about the most? Cats. That's all I think about. Really.
For me, it's probably like the Coliseum and Gladiators, honestly. I'm like, yeah, that's just
Yeah, there's
MMA,
just so
but
much
like
to
the
think
old
about.
MMA.
Yield.
Well, I mean,
Kitsy
whenever
Man
you
doesn't
see
think about
like
Rome.
a
Instead, he thinks
bust,
about Germany. He doesn't think about
Yeah.
Germany. Oh, well, he will think about Germany because he works with Germans, I suppose. Yeah. He thinks about work. He doesn't have any space to think about anything else. He thinks about work, and he watches Natty or Not videos. He started doing that. And then
So then he is thinking about the
the Roman
you
Empire.
statuesque. Yeah.
Yes, the statuesque physique. He also watches Bruce Rivers. He's a criminal lawyer. Who is he? Do you know him? Do you guys know
Oh
him?
no, yeah.
I love him.
I
Okay,
do
anyway.
not. Which you'd think I would, considering I'm a white girl and I watch true crime shit sometimes.
Right.
CT, you are missing out. You will rectify this failure immediately and enjoy the glorious meme that is Bruce Rivers.
Wait,
Okay, just to be clear, I don't watch the women who do their makeup while talking about horrific murders.
No,
those aren't the
fuck
ones
that,
that
me
I'm.
neither.
No.
How's about
What?
Thank you,
So
thank you,
cool.
CT. It is the
There
woman
would be
that
so
do
many
that. Oh my
defects
god,
at
look
that
at
factory.
how delicious that looks.
Oh no, they're all
man.
broken.
So
I
good.
guess.
Look at
I'll
this
just have to take.
Oh,
candy.
they're broken. You gotta take them home.
Americans. Oh no! Oopsie, oops! It almost fell. It almost fell.
Stop.
That's really
Oh,
awesome.
that is a migraine on an assembly line. If I eat chocolate,
I like that
I
your
get migraine.
coworker is just standing there, yeah, he's filming again. This is fun.
We are just used to it
Please
by
don't
now.
get in
He's
trouble.
just
As long
filming.
as you don't get in trouble, we're happy.
Exactly.
Oh, God, you can get fined 500,000 dirhams in Dubai if you publish. You know what? We don't need to talk about it. You know what? I don't need to talk about Dubai stuff.
I
But the
don't
point is-
Maybe
talk
you
about
realize
Dubai. You're gonna get
discounts is
arrested.
Don't
publishing.
publish anything there.
But you know
don't
what?
publish
It seems like they're cracking down on cyberbullying. It's quite amazing. So if you publish something that harms someone, I was just thinking about that because of Galente. Like, imagine someone decided, he Axel just had a poop. Sorry guys, if you can hear Axel meowing, he's just pooped. So he's telling everybody that's
Oh,
what's happened.
Congrats, Axel.
Yay!
Congrats.
What a beautiful sagoo. What's the name?
Anyway,
I
we're
wanted
talking
to
about
ask
true
you
crime.
Yes, true crime, right? CT, you said that your only hobby was video games, but true crime is a thing.
I was being
And-
slightly hyperbolic. I have a lot of
Yeah,
hobbies
you
that
were.
are very like surface level. I'll put it like that. But like video games is the one where I would say, yeah, I dedicated 200 hours of my life last year to playing Elden Ring. So that's
if you
that's a
look at
big
that,
one.
You're gonna
But
have to call it that.
comparatively, it's my only hobby outside of like drawing.
How
and-
much does that count? The 200 hours into Elden Ring? Because I'm an absolute completionist.
No, I
How
did
much
complete
will
it.
it take, you know?
I 100%ed Elden Ring, and I did I think 2 other playthroughs. I beat it twice right through, and then I just kept going back and making new characters because the first half of the game I really enjoy, and then after you get to a certain place, like there's a difficulty spike, and I'm like, I'll just restart again. That's fine.
I played
Okay, because I'm the kind of person who won't move on from the I don't know, biome region, whatever, until they picked up every last thing and examined every last thing and learned all of the weaknesses of all of the enemies and etc. So I'm like fucking autistically like
you're gonna be there for a
so
while.
it will
then.
take forever. Yeah, I suspect
Hydra was
so.
so patient with me. He was watching me play the wizard game, and
Yes.
he had to deal with me being a bad gamer, and he was really patient.
Oh,
he
that's
really was quite
so
good.
fun.
I was trying to explain to her how to parry, you know.
And I'm just like, it's like, so everybody.
Oh, I don't know how to
normal
parry. I've played
range.
all of those games. I have no idea how to parry. It's fine.
I just
Hold down the block
so I was
button.
gonna say that I played Monster Hunter World from release, and I have not
Based.
completed it. Okay, because of all the collection stuff, I haven't completed it. The only game that I've 100%ed to did ever is Stray.
Mhm.
And that's why
Based.
that was highly on what's it, on brand. That's why I did it. So it's the only one that I've ever done, but I should 100% Monster Hunter just because I played it for, I think it's 3,000 hours, something like that.
Oh
But it
my
has been
god.
out. Yeah,
That
I've
is
been playing.
dedication
and I'm still
right
bad
there.
at it. I'm still bad at it, but I love it.
Oh, I've played all of the Dark Souls games. I'm still bad at them. Don't worry. Like the hours
That's
does
not
not equal
fair.
like
Saying
skill.
you're better at the Dark Souls game doesn't matter. That's literally
Yeah.
90% of people who play them.
True story.
Fake posting. Look
true.
at this person.
Yeah, like then there's me. Okay, you want to talk about bad? Yeah, but going back to
J-Mac.
true crime for a sec.
Good play.
Okay, Sparkles. Do
Indeed.
you also? Okay, ladies in the chat. Do you guys? What is your true crime roster? Are you on pod? Do you watch or listen to podcasts, CT?
I'm
For true crime.
I think the only one that I've been listening to still kind of regularly is that chapter right now. I used to be subscribed
Oh,
to
I
like
love
more
him.
of them. Yeah, he's great. And he's actually like he'll talk shit about the criminals but be actually respectful to the victims, which I feel like
Yeah.
when you're doing your makeup that's a little harder to do. So
Yeah, exactly. I just don't dig the whole thing of that. They think some
get
people
ready
love
with
it.
me
I
while we
just-
talk about how this man cut up his entire family.
I just don't like watching people do their makeup. So like,
That's also true. If it's a tutorial, sure. Like if I'm trying to learn how to do the eyeshadow, that's
why
fine.
I'm watching you. But like you having it's because we're getting ready together. Oh my god, no, I'm not like that, so I can't enjoy that. Yeah,
Anyone
so those
here
ones not. Yeah, anyone here
watch Only Murders in the Building?
No.
Yeah.
What is that about?
It's Steve Martin.
So it's Steve Martin.
Sorry,
go right ahead.
No,
Lucy
you go for it.
Lucy's not a true crime woman. Wow.
So it's Martin Short.
Lucy,
and,
you'd have to know what's out there. You have to know what men are
and
capable
Selena
of.
Gomez.
Sorry, Gray. What's this?
So it's like Steve Martin, Martin Short, and Selena Gomez, and they have a true crime podcast inside a building where murders are happening, and they are the suspects. And yeah, it's a pretty good show.
That sounds
it's,
fun.
If you like Steve Martin comedy, it's great.
Yeah, it's very fun.
There's actually
an accent, BMO. I can do an American accent, and I'll do it all the time. I don't know how to do it. Anyway,
I actually freaked people out in DC the other night because they asked me how high my voice could go, and I did the uwu. And someone said it did. Someone said it did emotional damage to them, and it was doing damage over time the longer they thought about it. And no, I'm not doing that online where it's being recorded. I know better than that.
Oh, damn it!
Plus, the mic would only pick up, certain frequencies.
Yeah,
You'd really need to be in person.
I
to hear
often
that.
get cut
Discord filters out a lot lot of stuff too. Yeah. Oh, VC reminds me.
I would always watch the ID channel before sleep.
So I just wanted to say quickly that VC reminds me that I'm considering doing part of my Elden Ring journey in Kitty's Discord general channel, maybe occasionally.
You should.
So if you see the email, you can join in, see me on my journey, etc. Something like that. Accompany me as I experience some of the bullshit that is probably in that game. Yeah, sorry.
No, I was gonna say one of my biggest regrets is I streamed Cyberpunk for a couple of friends of mine. They watched me play through the entire game, and I regret not doing it in a stream or publicly in the main laser Discord or something like that.
Yeah,
just because there was a lot of awkward shit that happened, and it was kind of funny.
Yeah, I won't record it or anything. I only meant in Discord for others. I'm not putting this out on the internet because it's probably not going to be good enough quality. And I didn't, I'm not taking YouTube seriously. I made a couple of videos. I'm not taking off anytime. It was just an experiment. So I'm not going to upload stuff.
I just wish you would, just for fun.
Yeah.
You should.
What do you think? What are we doing here? Do you think we're making money here?
No, but you have more drive than I do, Kitty. You have more drive. You have more energy. You have more desire. You enjoy this more.
I have so much faith that Kitty will be hyper successful with the diagrams.
Yes.
Same.
Thank you.
One day.
One day, if I could put as much into it as I want to, guys. I'm blushing now because I'm thinking of what I want to do. That's why. But guys, no, I wanted to talk about other podcasts that we're talking for true crime. Sorry. We're talking. Was this a movie that you're talking about, Dorcas? Sorry,
it's a series. It's a series on Hulu. It's in the middle of its 3rd season.
Okay.
There's actually a really great show with Will Arnett. Oh, go ahead. Uh-oh. Kid is distracted. I was gonna say there's actually a really great show with Will Arnett. That's called, I think it's Welcome to Murderville, and he invites celebrities on, and he's a detective, and it's all improv and it's all hilarious because the first time I ever saw it was the Christmas special.
I remember.
Which was just amazing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
These celebrities don't have any lines, and they just have to do improv, and it's so good.
Yeah. Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Kiddo, watch Welcome to Murderville with Will Arnett.
Okay.
She gets nothing else other than that.
Put it in movies and I'll watch it. Sorry, guys. I thought that somebody was screaming in the hallway, but no, it's just Gordon watching a movie.
Somebody is being murdered right now. You are part of a crime drama now, Kitty.
You are now a true crime podcast.
I know. I was like, actually, Gordon wants me to do true crime stuff. So I'm like, but that's a lot of research. It's
a lot of research and a lot of dark shit.
It's fun though.
Can anyone explain to me, why in the fuck doesn't Streamlabs let me type in the chat, in the comments, whatever?
Because it's like your
fuck
voice
you.
is the most important thing. I think
Yeah,
I'm gonna say because
it
it's
needs
racist.
you to vocally.
it's racist.
Yes.
There we go. We could try.
Why? Because I'm a humanity. What? Sorry, excuse me.
Oh,
But yeah, I
Ooh,
like.
we're gonna be
I
on
can't
the big
just.
TV.
I can't just bring up YouTube on a separate tab because then it fucking kicks me. So I can't. Anyway, I just wanted to reply to the chat, but I can't really.
What did not reply to the chat?
I can just say like, I wish I could record more of my rants, but even if I upload, it's like, I don't know. It's just like, it's sort of like catching some of my more creative moments. It's such a faint and shorty things. I try my best, of course, but
Come on, you said you walk
it
in
is
the woods a
difficult
lot.
and not
You know,
really
just
successful.
start
And
ranting while you're walking through the woods.
I did that, but
Guys, my
it's
coverage of you should do
it's
it.
very
I
like
just,
energy intensive for me to like upload and do everything, and it's just
'cause you want
unfortunate.
good
Just feel
stuff.
like me personally
Embrace the
is
stuff.
not trying.
Embrace the stuff. He's too perfectionist. He wants it to be like obviously. He
It's not a good combination with all the shit I have. It's not a good combo.
Yeah, I get you. I get you. I
don't know.
Anyway, excuses aside, I wish I could just do better in this perspective, because I do feel like there is something there that I could be like really, I don't know, turn this into a more refined form of content maybe, but I just can't can't reach it somehow.
You, so just do it. That's the only thing.
Is it really me they like, or my accent, or anything? Like what?
It's your accent, and you like. Sorry, you can have a great accent and be full of shit. And this, sorry, no.
True.
Okay. Yeah. So it's you that they like. So
Yeah, but it's also the
better.
Maybe it's just personal preference that you guys like it. I don't know. Like
I'm biased. Yes.
I saw a lot of I don't know if anyone knows it from here, but there's a lot of these narrations channels that break down like I don't know, a lot of modern conflicts or something like that, or anything military stuff. I don't know, Operations Room, anybody knows it. But the voice of the narrator is sometimes so trash that I just don't understand how are there 60 million views on this video when I can't understand what this guy is saying. And it's so fucking like, how? Like, but it just leaves me to believe that probably I'm in the minority in terms of like how to narrate stuff. So yeah, I am probably this will make things more difficult.
No, just do.
Also, I have a tendency to be annoying sometimes.
That's what YouTubing is about. Hello, you can't be. Like, you need
can't
to
have the good stuff without the bad.
Yeah, you have to upset someone. Speaking of which, multi-topic. Would you mind coming on if you want to come and chat? We've lost a cat Drew, so anyway. Oh yeah. No, actually, I was also gonna. I didn't pick up on your ranking. Speaking of drama.
Oh.
How did that go?
It was pretty fun. I think it went over quite well. I think I had more controversy with some of my other opinions on that, but you know, it's.
Wait, there's drama?
People,
what's the drama? What's the tea, sis?
Oh, nothing. Yeah, so you're kind of familiar with actual fandom and organized
chaos.
Yes.
Oh no.
So I've just been having like a back and forth with those guys for months. I kind of confronted them after they went on Adam and Sitch's show, and with a lot of the lies that they were using and kind of their pattern of, you know, to call someone a bigot, they have a pattern to do that instead of actual evidence. So yeah, it's just kind of been a back and forth. But we had chatter in one of our
kind of a
things.
back and forth. What? Gray, you are over like this. Come on.
So anyway, so yeah, some might say I have a vendetta against them. Now I don't know, but Anyway, so yeah, we had a chatter ask us to rank them and their associates. So that was what we did the last episode. It was kind of fun.
Oh my god, we did a tier list and I missed it.
It's like ranking trash. Sort of. I mean, like, you know, there's like 10
Link in the
members
description.
and associates, so we kind of did that. Fair enough. But yeah, it was kind of fun.
Patrick.
He's working. You know, he always has to work. But yeah, that dude, he's a thinker at heart.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to be here.
Yeah, he is a thinker. Stick and Alan. I'm sorry, I'm gonna call him that. Although,
sorry, yeah, they went on Stick and Alan's show, and you know, it was fun.
Was it not Bitch and Madam last time?
Oh yeah, no,
Oh,
that was
yeah,
what they were trying to make.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
sorry,
that's
I'm
what,
struggling to keep up with all of this nonsense.
That's what the non-sexist guy, the guy who is not a bigot, calls them.
Mm-hmm. Certified non-sexist,
like Andy
yes.
Dick. Who sounded like Andy Dick?
Who is Andy Dick?
A comedian who is.
Tiamat that she was talking about.
Andy Dick is a complicated person. I'll put
We
a.
have another Canadian here.
Hi there.
Ross.
Actually, French Canadian. I'd like
French
to,
Canadian, sorry, it's not real.
to
it's
say
not
that because people will hear my accent. So, yeah,
They'll hear your
thanks for
accent and
having
assume
me
the
on.
worst that you're actually French.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
no.
Exactly. I am not French from France. Exactly.
You're
He's
the
the
acceptable
friendliest
kind of
French
French.
person I've met ever.
He
so-
avoided the worst for now.
Actually, I'm learning Spanish right now because I can, and after that, I was going to try and learn Creole, which is kind of French.
Oh, my condolences.
Oh,
And no, I like Creole. It sounds
that is
cool.
the toughest language to understand for me. It sounds so cool, but like I used to work in a call center and just like, I don't know, having them like tell me numbers to like get their credit card or whatever, it was
Who
impossible.
could get their credit card number?
I was
that is-
actually pretty decent
Scammer?
at French when I was like a child, and I forgot all of it. So there's that.
French is
Wow.
actually very hard, even for people that speak with it since they're born.
Yes.
Because this is a stupid language.
Yes.
So try to learn it.
I
Good
feel like
luck.
that's every language, though.
Yeah.
No, French is on a different level. All of the silent letters and shit. Plus, even the educational, I don't know, minister of language, whatever the fuck, couldn't write a letter without misspelling 5 words or something. Like,
Listen, I
French
can't
is
write in
just
English.
on
It's
another
fine. It's just gonna
level
make sense.
difficult. No. That's not an attitude you can have. English is like level 1 basic, super easy. That's not fair.
Yeah, but I'm also like dyslexic or some shit.
Lazy?
So there's something
Oh,
going
okay.
on.
Don't you ever call
Okay, that's
CP
fine.
Anyone?
No,
Don't
in
you ever
terms of
call me
writing, not in
literate.
terms of creativity, okay. When it comes to, listen, I am rather creative. I have creative outbursts, but I'm also lazy as fuck sometimes when it comes to other things. It can coexist, just saying, okay? And it's also
What-
fine if you're dyslexic. Nothing against it, but you can't really say that English is hard. Come on. Compared to
French
what?
is easy,
French.
except for the pronunciation, but the
Yeah,
wording and the
grammar.
sentence is freaking
Mm.
easy.
Yeah.
Yes. There is so much stuff that is just
Look,
not
I'm
there
biased
compared
because
to
of
other
the-
languages.
I'm still mad at my mother because she stopped speaking Italian. They stopped speaking Italian at home because they're like, no, the child's going to school and she needs to speak English at school. So,
But
instead
that's a
of, you know,
great
'cause
way
they
to
didn't-
learn Italian at home and speak
they
English at
didn't-
school.
They didn't know
Ah.
that that's a good thing at the time, so they're just like, "Oh no, let's not confuse her." Meantime, it's when my brain is primed to know. all
No,
of the
that's such a classic and tried and true way to teach somebody to be bilingual. Fucking hell. Mm.
So I have this like residual understanding of Italian, but this huge fear of speaking it. So I've got that. I did Italian in varsity and in school, and I have better Afrikaans than I do Italian
I did
because
German.
they taught that to me in school properly.
I did German in high school and then Japanese in college.
Jesus, how do you learn Japanese above
How do
the
you learn
age of 6
German?
months?
Listen, I tried to learn German for years, and I just gave up. It's you gotta be like a fucking seer or something to know what type of pronouns to use sometimes, and what like it's so difficult. It's so difficult. Like it's one of those languages where sometimes there are just no concrete rules to help you, and you just gotta feel it out somehow, or
Afrikaans
just
is
learn all of the
amazing.
words.
Afrikaans has got
And it's
one
like,
big rule.
fuck you when you do that. Whoever decided that this is the way Germanic languages are spoken, seriously, can't you have like a rule or something? But yeah, also in Japanese, isn't that where like Jesus Christ, now I'm lost for words. What's it called in English? But one of the past or future or whatever is not really there missing, and you gotta substitute with something else.
All I know is I
Past
tried to
future
learn
tense.
Japanese. I learned the two language or like the two alphabets, hiragana and katakana, and then I learned that there were thousands of kanji to learn, and I'm like, oh no, I'm just gonna go. That's fine.
Dorcas, did you say
I
that
just
you
know
were
that past or
speaking,
future tense is
Japanese
missing.
Galen, say what you say?
Dorcas, were you saying that you were speaking Japanese and German?
I learned German in high school. I remember very little. And
What
then I
side of
learned...
World War II were you on?
Here we go.
Clearly the side that cracks the codes of the villains.
What is very funny is English, we only have one gender when we speak. French, we got 2. And German, we got 5. So when someone tells me German, you speak German, I respect you. I respect you. I don't know how you make it, but I respect you.
What are the 5 genders?
Yeah.
It's all different words, and all of the items have it too. You don't wanna, like the curtains and everything. They all have genders. It's fucking bullshit,
male
man.
and female as well, and it's only 2.
It's only 2 though. Fucking easy, 50-50. Come on.
And yeah, and you have the items that are female and male, and it makes sense. It's but the thing is, you have to change the words later on, change other words in the sentence to suit whatever you're talking about.
Yeah, but that's just
why
always there.
English is yes, there are some things with English you can change a little bit. That you do need to change a little bit with your syntax, but it's not pronunciation. It's actual words. You're just putting words in where they're supposed to go, instead of like, I have to change this verb form to this verb form with an
and they don't lengthen or anything like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't.
Spanish is a little bit like that too. There's like the gendered objects and
oh my
stuff
gosh,
like that.
my friends.
Oh, don't bring up that bullshit. The Finnish and Hungarian, all those languages, all languages that are made up. Those languages, they are fucking nonsense. And they are not real. Okay.
They're not real. Okay.
I just like to pretend that Finnish and Hungarian doesn't exist, and my word is better for it. Okay.
Okay.
It's like, hey, at least we got some base languages where you can only call somebody a they, and you don't fuck up, and that's it.
That's
then
it.
you can only say they and their name. Yeah, none of that neo-Bonan bullshit can come in. You can only call somebody their name and they. No way to fuck up. That's it. That's just something admirable.
I like it.
Yeah, me too.
But what was I going to say? My friends, when they were learning Spanish in varsity, I could understand a lot of it because it's so close to Italian. There's actually quite a lot. There's also some Portuguese that sounds Italian, obviously, because they're related. It makes sense. But Finnish is total gibberish. Well, I mean, I don't know. Anything I don't speak is total gibberish. So.
But there is just another level.
I know what some of those languages sound like. Okay?
Yeah. When you can't distinguish between a piece of furniture and a death metal band, and then their names sound identical.
I don't.
Wait, I love that your picture is from the Barbie movie. Did you actually see it? Because I kind of agree with Doomer that I really liked it.
Oh.
Okay. Interesting.
Is there anyone here that doesn't like it?
Galente has seen it now.
I will be honest there. I think the movie is not bad whatsoever. It's just average. I won't praise it. I won't say it's like a masterpiece or anything. It is though. I did 2 streams about it. One with Darn Kide, Galante, and K-True. And I did another one prior with more guests, like a month ago, I believe. But yeah, I talked for like 4 or 5 hours about this movie, but I think it's average, and I plan on rewatching it for content's sake because I think we can milk out a lot of content from that movie.
Guys, there might be an emergency on
I
my
would
hands.
argue that
It's
you couldn't do that
starting.
with an average movie.
It's starting to rain, and my phone is running dry on battery, so I might have to bow out at any moment now.
I will
But
say,
this is usually when when usually Smug Waffle comes on and say he is running away once again, because that's always
Well,
what
I mean, I
happens.
wish
The
you
time.
were running more.
What about all of the sparring
Yeah,
lessons we had in Discord? Wasn't that cool? I mean,
I will say that the Barbie movie itself is pretty mid, but Ryan Gosling in there was just great. Like, he just goes around the corners, screams
so
like
I agree with the
sublime.
Gosling
I'm
part.
like, oh, that's so good though.
I gotta completely disagree.
Like
that it is
he
just
carried
mid.
that movie,
Like, if
all
it's
right.
mid, he did, and he is the best, and he is Knuff. But if this movie was just mid, there's no way that Multi-Topic would be able to do like 5 hours on it. That like we would be able to do like 5 hours on it. Adam and Sitch did like what, like 6 hours on it or something.
About like 25
I don't
hours
know.
because I
That
had to
just-
edit it all.
Fair enough. I'm just saying, like, you wouldn't get that much out of a mid movie. Like, it is higher than mid. I think
Well-
people are ranking it a little bit lower.
All right, I
it
seriously,
might not
like,
be a
it's
10 out
starting
of a
to-
10, but
Okay,
no, I
going to
understand.
the
Run.
ranch. See you guys. See you,
it's
see you.
cool. It's cool. You want to run
See you
away from
guys.
this conversation? We
I
get it.
don't have a
Nice meeting
waterproof
you.
anything on me right now.
Take
See you, see you,
it
see you.
farewell.
And you too, CT. Wish we could talk more. See you.
So,
We can. I'll try and catch your stream when you stream in Kid's server.
No, I won't. Only in Discord, not in YouTube or anything like that. See you.
have a good one,
Later.
Chris.
Okay, I will say, like, the Barbie movie, the highs are very high, but the lows are also kind of low. So that's where it kind of evens off for me to be about like, it was pretty good. It was all right. The last little
Fair
bit was like kind of meh, but the rest of the movie I actually really enjoyed. Actually, like, I saw it with somebody else who went in thinking they would love it, and I went in thinking I'm gonna like hate my life for the next like hour and a half. It turned out the opposite, where she was having like a great. I had a great time. I thought it was like really funny. And then she came out thinking that was
Yeah.
too political. I'm like, oh, okay, all right then.
I
Oh,
will
okay.
say this:
I was
a lot of the complaints out there are really stupid. That's
Yes.
what I can add, and I will also add to what you mentioned earlier. You're telling us, Grey Puppet, that a bad movie doesn't generate as much content, and you could be surprised.
I think
Yeah, that's what Jay is
so
saying. You can
guys
speak
specifically
about.
said mid. I would say like a mid movie. Like to me, what's mid? I'm trying to
Okay.
think. That like Strange Worlds or whatever. That like
Oh, that was
animated
not
one.
mid.
It's, like,
That was
it's just kind of
terrible.
a meh.
Okay, Barbie is way
So
better
to
than
me-
Strange
okay.
World.
Can you give me one that you'd call like a mid then? So what would you give like 5 out of 10 or
Oh,
like a 2.5?
my-
I'm just trying to think something. So for me, that was a mid that it's like I don't have much to say about it. It's just kind
For
of
me,
really ham-fisted and I didn't like it.
for me, like
So I don't I'm
5.
trying to say like any one that I'd call a mid, I don't think you'd get this much content
Oh.
out of. That's all I'm trying to say.
You could be surprised. I like to roast the shit out of stuff I don't like, and I can spend hours of talking about shit I don't like. And
So that's what I would say
Yeah.
a bad movie for sure.
I can talk.
And I
about-
would say like a good movie for sure. But a mid movie, I don't think I'd get much out of that. Like I'm trying to
I
think.
mean,
what
I
would
mean more
rank,
like
a
mid in terms of
and,
like plot kind of thing, where it's like
Like
the
it's
story
not
was
Oh,
kind
oh
of just
yeah. No, there's not
basic.
much going on in the plot.
Because
or
like
anything
visually,
that.
it's a beautiful
yeah.
movie, and like the funny bits are really
Yes.
funny. It's not
Aesthetically, it's
for
over the top.
everyone.
I
at
actually
TM,
laughed out
but-
loud a bunch.
Me too. Yeah.
I don't know.
I
that
wasn't
it isn't,
expecting
though.
to.
Like it has a mirror that it holds up to you.
Jay
and
hasn't seen
I don't know.
Barbie
I was totally
yet. Come
primed,
on,
so I
Jay.
watched. You should, sir. Like, so I was totally primed to hate it. I watched Ben Shapiro's like analysis of it, and you know, I was totally thinking like, okay, this is gonna be over the top. I'm gonna hate it, but for research purposes, I'm going into this. I thoroughly enjoyed myself, much to my surprise.
So-
but
I actually
yeah,
didn't
I've
watch any of the
championed this
coverage
movie
or
since I saw
anything.
it.
I just went in thinking this isn't a movie that's like my type of movie because it's like very
Talk
like
is just
like-
like
yeah,
it's like oh well this is a very pink movie and I don't think I'm gonna vibe with this very much. And then I come out and I'm
Yeah.
just like oh that was great actually.
so
Well,
the
great
way
is a bit of a stretch. I don't like it as much as Doomer did because we
well, that's
'cause,
why
like-
I would say it's not mid.
well it's like because when he saw it he jumped into VC because I was just hanging out at the time and he's like oh the Barbie movie was actually like a 9 out of 10 maybe even a 10 out of 10 for me. I'm like wait, really? And I'm like, are you joking? Are you being like sarcastic right now? He's like, no. He's like, does anybody here care about spoilers? So somebody did. So we hopped into like another VC. We were just like talking about it for about like 10-15 minutes. And he was like, oh no, CT, you have to see this movie. It's so good. I'm like, okay, that's interesting. Cause me and him don't have the same taste in movies at all. I'm like, oh, well, if he liked it, I'm probably going to hate it anyway. So it's fine. But it's like, no, I came out of it and we actually both really liked it, which is very rare.
So
yeah,
what I usually do when I watch a movie, it's for my podcast in the first place, because I do a weekly podcast with a lot of my friends. But when I came to Barbie, I didn't see any videos prior, so my ideas on the movie were not corrupted by any reviews from anybody. And it's only after watching and having my notes ready that I decided to like look into what other people had to say. And this is where I really learned that people are stupid. People are stupid.
True.
And that's funny. I think the discussion around Barbie is more interesting than Barbie itself.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
I
That's
don't.
one of the reasons why I think it is done well, because like it really does feel like it's holding up a mirror. Like the ideology that like Sitch got out of it, the ideology that Ben Shapiro got out of it, it's like completely different. But that's not what I saw in the flick. I don't know, and I think that means to me it was done well. But that could be my own subjective view on it.
Yeah, it's weird because like usually I can't think of a time where me and Sitch really agreed on like a media take, but his like last couple ones where you would think like Hobie from Spider-Verse was like woke, or like I'm like, no, he's just a punk.
Wait, what?
And I spent like, yeah, no, and I was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
It wasn't the greatest take.
Oh no!
I'm like,
really?
you're stepping on my subculture now. This is like video games where this is something I actually know about. Stop it. So we got into like an argument for a while about that. And then like the Barbie one too, I'm like, I don't see like the opening scene of like the little girls smashing the dolls as like the rejection of motherhood. I'm like, no, dude, it's just a funny scene. What are you talking about? Like little girls fuck up their toys too, just like little boys do. It's like, yeah, we rip the heads off Barbies and stuff. It happens. We're just kind of like little psychos, like all children are. I don't know. His media takes. I don't always.
But yeah,
some people just throw woke around just to get attention. That's how I see it, and that's funny.
I don't know what you guys are talking about with the Spider-Verse, because I still haven't watched it.
Spider-Verse.
It's illegal.
Well,
I started. Yeah, it was illegal here. Yes, it was illegal.
Oh God. Okay, never mind.
Wait, what?
They didn't release it yet.
She's in a very progressive country.
I can tell. Banning.
I care about the kids, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, let's not go there.
We don't want Kidda to get arrested, okay? She can't say anything bad about Dubai. Dubai is a lovely country, and there is nothing wrong there ever.
I love it, actually. I do really love being here. Please don't take me away. I do want to stay here.
Yeah, who needs the multiverse? You've got Dubai.
Yeah. But making my bed because BMO won't BRB. What? Sorry.
Oh no.
Damn it, I've lost what I was gonna ask. You guys stop.
Sorry.
Oh no. No, about the Barbie movie. Galente, I don't know if you can talk, but we want to hear from you because you finally saw it. You went to go and see it with Catru, which is cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, they went to go and see it. Wheel of Time, anybody? Also, wait, Dorcas didn't like the Barbie movie. Go, Dorcas, tell us. Convince us to not
tell
like
us why
it
you're a sexist, Dorcas.
Yeah. Why are you wrong?
Yeah, Dorcas got broken up with by some chick because of it. Yeah.
Oh, that's
Was her name
really
Barbie?
shitty. Okay, yeah, no, I wouldn't like the movie after that either.
Wait, what? Someone got dumped over this?
No,
I've seen that trend.
Yeah, there was this trend. So I just decided Dorcas was part of it.
I've only ever had one girlfriend many years ago. It didn't
she
work
didn't break
out.
up with you over Barbie? Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
Just
Maybe it was
just
preemptive and she was just like planning for the future.
Yeah,
Yeah,
pretty
did you
much.
tell her what your take was going to be?
Yes, I said, look, her name wasn't Jennifer, so I'm going to say, look, Jennifer, if there's ever a movie about Barbie, all right, I will call it woke, and I will hate it. And she said, well, clearly that means you're sexist, and I will have to
this
break
cannot
up with you.
continue.
And that was
So I think her name really is Jennifer.
and that was the last time I ever saw her.
Sad.
And that was how
No,
it
but
ended. There were no goodbyes. She just said, then I will have to break up with you. And then
She just like got up and walked
disappeared.
away silently.
Yep. And it was
Everyone has their line.
yeah. It made it really weird.
No, I do think it's a really
Everyone has their line.
stupid criticism to call anybody who doesn't like the movie sexist too. I think that's just like peak shallow brain rot.
And look, I'll express, a little bit of bias here. I struggled to separate the art from the artist. And I know that the ideological bend of many of the creators involved in the movie. And I acknowledge that bias and try to separate it. But I just felt that the writing was so unfocused. It didn't know what it wanted to do. It wanted to have too many perspectives all at once. And there might have been a few good jokes, and Ken was the best thing about the movie. I didn't appreciate all of the lectures at the end, which just dragged on so much. And it could have been so good. We could have had a really wonderful Barbie movie, and we didn't.
I disagree. I don't know. So are you taking the perspective that the lectures are supposed to be taken like on face value? That like they're the correct character?
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah.
I agree with
I think
Archie.
that was the author talking to the audience.
Yeah.
I'm just not sure that I get that, because like it's put as the same. So one of the lectures is the exact same as saying like you get to wear pants. Like, I don't know. To me, that's not saying take this seriously. This is what's actually going to crack like this false consciousness. These are a bunch of throwaway things. This secretary just threw out this explanation. The secretary has no idea about so she arrives in Barbie Land and within 2 seconds decides that like it's like this disease that they have no knowledge of or whatever. This is all coming from some uninformed character. I don't think this is the movie speaking that like this is the truth.
Right, but
that's one way that you
but
can
I'm
interpret
talking
it, but
I'm talking
I
about
don't get that.
the lectures, not the
Yeah, so that would be coming from that mother character, right?
the mother, and then there was the one about
The daughter. At
yeah,
some
and
point
the mother's lecture, the
cafeteria.
daughter's lecture, the lecture about how
And
men
you think
can
the daughter
one day
is also
maybe
supposed to be like. So how do they introduce the daughter though? Is
Well-
the one thing like it's you don't want to go talk to her, like she's an asshole. Like they introduce her as this bully and this like necessarily uninformed like just
but the
jerk of a
but the
character.
writer
I don't know. I don't
but
get that they're saying that is the voice. of
the
reason.
writer outright said that the daughter's perspective is an accurate one. Just
Watching it again, I realized that Gray is wrong.
It could be.
So-
And that's the thing. Like it is open for interpretation, but I just don't get that these are supposed to be like reliable characters. That this is the voice of reason.
But that and
so I don't know. To
and-
me, it seems more. Open.
And that speaks to the fact that this was an unfocused movie with the creators not knowing what they wanted to do or how they wanted to do it. So it's poor.
I think
it is poor
I think they
craftsmanship.
played their hand perfectly.
That upsets a lot of that.
to
That's
where
what Jay.
It's not.
Yeah.
There's ambiguity there. Like you can point to certain aspects that lean sort of a way, but they could also be interpreted
But it's-
a different way. So I don't know. I think they played their hand pretty well.
It's
Yeah,
not.
no, I do disagree there. I do
It's
kind
not
of think it was meant to
ambiguity.
be like serious-ish
It's
to a degree.
It's
Like, 'cause,
not
like-
ambiguity like at the end of Birdman, where Keaton jumps out the window and you're supposed to interpret whether or not he killed himself or flew off. It is ambiguity born of lack of focus.
Thanks, CT.
Sorry, CT, continue.
Yeah, I mean that is.
Oh, no, I was just
definitely
saying, like,
one
I
way
don't-
to interpret it.
I don't see it as like I just didn't take the movie seriously. So those kind of like ham-fisted, oh, you're a
Yeah.
fascist when like the little girl, I think her name was like Sasha, she makes Barbie cry and everything. I'm like, wow, that kid's just kind of really, really mean, huh? It's like I wasn't taking the movie seriously at all. So it's like all of like the really heavy-handed messaging, like I didn't care, if that makes sense. Like I'm like, the funny scenes are funny, like the plot is okay, like I don't mind it. I feel bad for Ken because he's the best.
Yeah.
And it's just like
he's good at doing stuff.
He's just kind of vibing. Like his like version of the patriarchy just involves horses because he really likes horses. I'm like, you know what, based. You do you, King. It's fine. But it's like so I wasn't looking at it like a political message one way or the other, even though it very clearly was. Because like outside of like Stitch and Adam stream and everything, I don't tend to be like a very political person. I don't really have super strong opinions one way or the other on terms of like most things. There's a few things where I'm like, no, that's wrong or that is right. And it's other than that, it's like I don't look at media that way. So it's interesting hearing everybody talk about like the pros and or like not the pros and cons, but like both sides of yes, this was meant to be taken seriously and no, it wasn't.
That
like in terms of that, it's interesting.
That's kind of where I was at too.
That's very interesting. That to some person it was like this, to other people it was like that. That's what's made it so endlessly discussable, because people just differ so much on the same thing instead of it just like being okay. This is one thing, one part where everybody has this or that opinion. It's like it's weird. It's all multidimensional, and I don't know. It's a lot of fun to talk about.
Fair. It's kind of how I feel about the video game thing too. Was like I know Starfield got in some trouble for having like character customization settings and stuff. I'm like, who cares? Like you're not being forced to pick. Like I said, when everyone that I've talked to who's played Cyberpunk at least once has played as a chick with a dick. It's fine. Like the options are there. You don't have to use them, but they are there, and it's kind of cool that they are. It's like I don't. It's the kind of inclusion I don't mind in games.
That sort of thing with Cyberpunk, it made sense. I think it was immersion breaking. That's the whole point with the other thing. But yeah, if it's an option, in
RPGs and stuff especially, I'm like, yeah, it's nice to have those options. But it's did Cyberpunk get called Giga Woke when it came out because it had that option? Because I don't remember hearing very much controversy about it. Because like in a cyberpunk world where you're just like modifying your body constantly and like filling it up with robot parts, and like it kind of makes sense.
That was what it was about. When I heard about that, it was not, oh, look how progressive it is. It's like, no, it's because look, it's part of the setting. It's about the whole game. That's what made it not woke. Because it was just, no, it's because that's what the future would be like, that you can just do this sort of shit to your body. That makes sense. Like that's why it wasn't such a big deal. I think some people did try, but that was not a. They tried to champion it. They tried to make it that it is a woke victory. People are like, no, it's just part of the
on top of that, it was well received, and when it's well received, the anti-woke crowd.
Cyberpunk Super wasn't well received. It's still dealing with the backlash from its launch because the launch was so scuffed.
It's more like the glitch and the lags that were poorly received. The game itself, I think people enjoyed it. Otherwise, trust me, the anti-woke crowd would have jumped on it and trashed the crap out of it, and it would have been remembered as another woke product. I think outside of the glitch,
I didn't hear the criticism of it being woke. It was mainly the gameplay itself.
It was mainly broken. Yeah.
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 I don't know, but like pronouns A and B, that's just how it was in Elden Ring when that game came out too. Like it still is. Like there's no, like when you pick your first starting class, it's just like it's either A or B, and it's just like a very obvious female character and a very obvious male one, and no one called that woke either because I guess they liked the game, but people really like Starfield too. So I'm just like, so when does like it stop just being a setting and it start being woke? Because those two are like the same option.
I would say when it starts and stops depends on in a small way the company culture. Bethesda has said and included, bunny ears woke content in previous games and in statements. So when they do it here, it's more straws on the camel's back. Whereas I don't think I've ever heard FromSoft tweet woke content in support of or not in support of
or include and promote woke elements. Just a thought, not the end all be all.
I love your picture.
Thank you.
Sorry, I only just realized it now that I came
I was
back.
wondering how long it would
Yeah,
take.
it's been there for a minute.
What's
Oh,
that?
written
What's
up.
that?
I'm baking coffee. It's my face.
Oh, it's your face. Oh.
It's me doing this. Hold on, I'll show you. It's me. It's from here. It's from this video.
That's oh my. Okay, now I see the link. Oh my. Talking about.
It's actually perfect. Look how it goes perfectly over.
Yeah, that
And
works
then it
out
goes back.
all too well.
I was reading someone's tweets and I went, sorry. Let me get my
Oh,
coffee.
according to Jay, they did complain about it in Elden Ring too. I just missed it completely because I was just watching people play the game.
Huh.
I must have
I was
missed it
on
as
Twitter
well.
at the time though, and I just
Yeah, I
didn't
missed
see
that
it.
too.
Yeah, I guess it was just like
Yeah.
such a minority of people that everyone was just so hyped for the game that those people just kind of got ignored.
Daisy's gonna smell
Yeah.
the coffee. Let's
Sure.
see if she like her coffee. Smell the
Listen,
coffee.
all I know is Elden Ring is super fun, and I will take body type B as my pronoun. It's fine. I don't mind.
Fucking pronouns. I enjoyed that though. I really did. I don't mind it. As his clip, what? I'm not even watching his content anymore. I've seen that the video because others have clips it. Oh, you don't watch Az anymore?
No, I actually stopped watching a lot of the anti-woke crowd videos because I think it's not really good content. That's like I agree with some of the things they say and think. I just disagree with the method they use, and I think they are kind of toxic. That part of the internet and the other part of the internet that's basically against them. They are doing the same thing. It's just like people going after others over politics, and I think it's kind of dumb. But that's just me. I think you need to stay away from both sides. Just watch stuff to be entertained, and that's it.
No, I feel that like 100%. Most of it just feels like rage bait at this point. Outside of like Stitch and Adam, I don't engage with like political content on either side. And
Yeah.
I mostly just watch video game stuff. And it's not even like
It's not
but did we
even
miss
I
like.
think you cut off. I think she
Yeah,
cut off.
I'm like, are we missing CT?
video game critiques or
Is she back? No, wait.
Oh no, she's cutting in and out. Oh no. I feel like she was saying something profound and
She
we lost
was,
her.
and she's busy talking, and she
Yep.
thinks we're
ripping
listening.
things up.
There she.
I will let her know.
No.
It's so sad.
No, CT.
The anticipation.
Ontario internet.
Indeed.
So
Weird, she says.
Since she is still lagging, I guess I can still go on a bit on that. I used to watch a lot of their content like last year, and I was on a pretty dark place, and like all of that hatred they have toward like lots of stuff and media itself
It was too negative for you.
yeah, it just didn't help me at all. I needed to like see another perspective, and I actually found out about the opposition to them, which is the they call themselves the fandom. And at first I actually enjoyed what they were doing because they pushed back, and I always like to have two sides of one coin. And I really enjoyed their content a lot for a few months. Then I realized they're just doing the same thing. So I still watch sometimes a video here and there about both sides. Like sometime I will watch a Moeller video because I will admit Moeller, I think a lot of his content is still enjoyable outside of some of his bad takes. And now she's
But
back.
he
so,
backs them up. He backs them up. I'm glad
nice.
you still like Mauler.
Yeah,
I don't think
Mueller
Mueller
is
toxic.
probably the only one in that corner. Drinker as well. Drinker. I'm not watching every single Drinker video. When I see the title is just there for outrage, I just don't watch it. But I still see a few Drinker videos here and there, and I still watch.
Out of curiosity, do you think you evolved, or do you think their content changed?
I evolved. Their content, based on my experience with them, didn't really change that much because I've started watching that side of the internet late 2021. So I've been into that side of the internet for like 9 or 10 months or so before I kind of tapped out. So based on my experience with them, they didn't change. It was like that when I first started watching them, and it's still like that today. So it's really me that realized it's not really good for the brain, that kind of media or approach to media.
I
Is
could
it
definitely
fixed?
see certain people being susceptible
Yeah,
to
fixed.
negativity.
Yeah.
Yes, you sound
Yes.
Well, no, I was
hope
just
you
agreeing with you
remembered
when
your
you were talking.
idea because you had a good train of thoughts.
Oh no, I was
hope
just saying
you
that
still have it.
I am okay. Fair. Sad.
Bit of
No,
that.
I was just agreeing. I was just agreeing with you. So don't worry about it.
I
If
would
I'm
say
lagging
that,
out, I'll probably like tap out because if I'm lagging, there's no point in like sticking around. I'll stay in the chat for like the chat, but I'll
Okay.
just like dip out of the call. But this was
Aw,
fun. If you
but
ever
we
want to
really
invite me
enjoyed
back
you,
again,
yeah.
I'll
But it
come
was
hang
awesome
out.
to have you on the show.
You're welcome every Thursday that we're here. You are a thinker on the Discord.
That's a
so
bit of
the
a
link will
stretch,
be
but I
there.
appreciate the compliment.
Do it.
Yeah, no, you are a thinker. So whenever, you would
Evil
like
Kitty
to, you are
compels you
able
to join.
Yes. Thank you so much for coming around, CT. We really
Sure,
enjoyed
anytime.
it. And we could have more structured conversations about the video games. Have proper questions for you, and then we'll do a true crime night. There's lots of things that we want to do. Actually, murder mystery.
Yes, I'm still researching that, but it's gonna be so much fun.
Yeah, we'll do the
Alright.
true crime ourselves. Yeah.
Okay, I will catch everybody later. Bye-bye, harmonica
ya,
noises.
CT.
I don't actually have a
Nice to
harmonica,
meet
so
you.
I'm just gonna say harmonica noises and hope it has the same effect.
Oh,
Bye-bye.
a woman after my own
Yeah.
heart.
And
Cool.
to go back to the other side, the so-called fandom, I actually agree with some of what they are trying to do, but here again, the approach is as bad as the other side. And I will also admit one of the people in the fandom is one of my favorite YouTuber that got me into YouTube in the first place. So I'm kind of biased there, even if I don't agree with all they say. One of the members is like getting me hooked into what they're doing. So yeah, that's what I wanted to share about that topic, I guess.
What I will say about
Hell yeah.
Mola is actually Mola will not. He never seems to post for outrage bait. He is only whenever. So the outrage stuff happens on EFAP maybe. All of that stuff maybe. But like when it comes to him, his videos are very much, they're like video essays, and it's about he's got a point to make, and he's got evidence and all of that. He's not there to like just bait people, reverse view, because
I agree. This is why I still watch his content. I think he's more nuanced than most of the crowd on either side. That's why I still watch his content here and there. But his videos are long. I don't always sit and watch the
oh
entire
my
thing.
goodness,
But
how dare you?
I watch movies. Look, I do my podcast. I have
Don't
like
discriminate
5
against
movies a
length.
week.
Kitty class, all the team.
Yes, all the team, all the time. Anyone else here? Femdom.
Femdom.
Oh, fan. Oh, you. Oh, because of it. Because of Maltese accent, you heard femdom instead of fandom.
You might just be primed for that.
Yes. Great.
Wow.
Dorcas, are there any questions you have for Gray
Yeah, I
now
guess
that
I'm pro
he's
femdom.
now that he's in the? I suppose Catra is not here, so maybe I won't engage because Catru isn't here to engage. But if you have questions for Gray, seeing as he is currently in he's part of the election now. He's a candidate.
Oh, I was like, what am I doing now?
Yeah,
fair enough.
Yes, Gray,
well, I guess I have.
Go on.
Oh, sorry.
No, please go.
Oh, no. After
well, I
you,
was
sir.
going to ask for a quick blanket rundown of what your policy positions are and what you hope to accomplish as queen.
Oh, well, I just think that, there's been so much time focused on, who or who isn't wearing a crown. And I think little time actually focused on what the constituents want, which, it happens to be quite a few issues, like a consistent feeding schedule. That would be first and foremost, and it will never be missed. On top of that, there may be a way to have universal tuna income. We're working on that.
Well,
those are the main pillars, but we have scientists working on ancillary issues as well, much like the laser pointer, as you've heard. But that would be the pillars of my platform.
Who's funding your campaign?
We are grassroots, self-funded. We go mean and lean. We're doing this ourselves. There is no big tuna funding this, if you will.
Do you have a history of cat ownership?
Of course. Currently, I do not own a cat, but I own, 3 marsupials and 2 birds. So I kind of think they might be in conflict currently. But, one day I hope to own more cats. Yeah.
Would you consider? Do you prefer buying from a breeder or adoption?
No, I would just hope that a cat chooses me, and then it can live in my home. But that's at least how I've done it in the past. When I had many a cat who needed a loving home, and they chose me, and that made me feel special. And of course, I provided a caring, loving, forever home for that cat.
Okay, so there's a trolley, right? And on one, the trolley is headed towards a tiger, which is tied.
A big cat.
Yeah, or let's say 5 tigers, right? But if you can flip a switch, and if the switch is flipped, you will redirect the trolley to hit one lion that is on the other track. Do you flip the switch?
What kind of mane does he have? Is it long and flowing? Is it?
It's majestic.
I guess regardless, it doesn't matter. I'm going to answer on principle. So I do consider myself a bit of a deontologist, and part of that, I do have these rules that I set for myself. And by actually flipping that switch into motion, I would be condemning this poor lion to death by my own actions. So I would do everything within my power to warn anyone on those tracks and to try and get somebody else to spring into action. But I'm sorry, I couldn't flip that switch and actually be responsible for killing the lion. That is where I draw my line.
I see. Well, thank you for your answers, Gray. I also want to take this moment to announce that I'm hoping for next week I will have a couple of radio interviews with potential voters in this election, so we can get the lay of the land of how people are feeling about the candidates and what they would like to see from the candidates.
Darling wants to know what this election is about. Can you tell the crowd?
Yes.
About it?
So we are talking about the cat elections to determine who will be queen of basically everything. Or nothing. It kind of changes every time we answer the question. In the race, we have that darn Kitty for queen. We have Catru for queen. And today, the surprise candidate, Grey Poupée for queen. Each running on very different platforms with very different cat experience and cat
issue ideologies. And you can, and I am the nonstop source for all election coverage.
Muse.
Yes. I work for, I am the head anchor and investigative reporter for CMN, Cat Muse Network. And that is what we've been doing.
Yeah.
I like Cat News Network. That's refreshing.
Isn't it cute as all hell?
Cat Muse. And it will, the election
that you
will
may
take
have
place when the American one does.
Yes.
Ooh.
So I really have to wring out some content.
We're going to be campaigning for one.
Mainstream meowdia.
Calenta, did you say that you had a take on the Barbie movie?
I do.
Possibly different?
Yes.
What's the take?
It might even be a little bit of a hot take. So
Ooh.
I don't hate the movie, but I don't think it's a good one. And I think it's ranking up there for one of my favorite bad movies. I put it into the same category as Batman and Robin.
Are you serious?
I am very serious.
Batman and Robin.
I love that movie, and it is trash.
I don't get it.
It is absurdly
how old were
silly.
you when the movie came out?
Oh, I've rewatched it recently.
hot take,
It's absurd.
But how old were you when it came out?
Oh, God,
I think this is bad nipple levels.
I think it's like nostalgia talking because there's
Well,
no way an adult with
Well, I've watched it recently. But yeah, it's absurd. It's stupid. But I cannot help but adore a movie where Arnold Schwarzenegger is making cold puns throughout the whole fucking thing.
Wow.
I do enjoy it, but I acknowledge that it's trash. And
Bat skates?
The
Bat skates.
Yeah, absurd, right? But no, I wouldn't put Barbie on the same level, just the same category, right? I feel like the Barbie movie is trying to have its cake and eat it too. There are a lot of times where I feel like it's trying to say one thing, and then at other times it's trying to say another, and both with a comparable amount of seriousness, whether that be completely serious or completely unserious. And I don't know. I loved it. I had a great time watching it, but I don't think it's a good movie.
Yeah.
Okay. That's very
I think you can enjoy it while it's. I think you can enjoy it while it's bad.
People enjoy bad movies all the time.
Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah.
But one more
think that is
thing
a
about
hot take.
movies. It is. I know. I'm sorry. One more thing about movies. Gray can back me up on this. Dorcas can back me up on this. Kitty, when are you watching Big Fish? Oh my God.
Oh yes, I'm sorry that I wasn't able to join you guys for that.
Oh, that's
watch party.
perfect. It's perfectly fine. I just want you to be able to see it.
No, I can watch it. But you want to watch it with me, I suppose, or but
Oh,
you
I'd
just
love
want
to,
me to
but
just have watched
Apparently
it.
that's his thing.
I
He
do love
enjoys showing this movie to people.
Mm-hmm.
And it was an experience. So I don't know, like my experience is like I remember this movie from when I was a kid and I was like, no, I'm never gonna watch that. And I don't know why. I just like told myself that.
Mm-hmm.
And it really is a good flick. It touches you in the feels.
I enjoyed it when I watched it years ago.
Oh,
but
you
I
have
don't
seen it. Okay.
remember it. I don't remember it very well. I just remember that I enjoyed it. So, and I don't know if I can get Gordon to watch it. I want to make him watch it. But we watched a weird movie last night. What was it called?
Oh, did you watch
Dangerous
Rosencrantz?
Illusion. No, not that one. No, not that one yet. He chose the movie before me, and I was supposed to fall asleep, but I actually landed up watching it.
Nice.
It was called Dangerous Delusions. And it on Rotten Tomatoes it has like a 30% or something, and there was quite a lot of bad. It got bad ratings, but Gordon and I were like, it's an okay movie, not too bad. So we're like, oh, I suppose we're stupid. So that's why we enjoyed the movie. We just obviously we were not smart enough to do it. I'm sure you should have a good. Oh, shut up! Good flick, get it?
I don't
anyway.
get that one. Though.
You don't need to get it, Multi. You don't need to get it. You don't need to do it.
You know, some people just have a good time all by themselves.
Daisy did that.
Now I get
Whatever
it.
is happening here right now, that was Daisy. Thanks, Daisy.
Sure.
Whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. I guess I might have a hot take. So like I've kind of turned a corner on Wheel of Time, like the actual TV show or whatever.
Fight.
I'm enjoying it now. Yeah, like it is crazy, but I think it was actually Andrew showing me Cocaine Bear that like got me to understand it. It's like, okay, that's based on a real story. Like, oh,
Bear
okay,
was
this is
awful. That was one of the
based
worst
on
movies
like
I've
a
ever
good
seen.
story by. I don't know, but it like helped me get that concept. It's like, okay, so I'm never going to get like an adaptation of Robert Jordan's actual work, but this is like based on that premise.
It's a good
And
movie.
based
Wow,
off of that,
wait.
they're hitting some of the notes and it's like, okay, so they're doing things well. I'm kind of enjoying it now. Like the first season is just trash, but this one, like for me, it seems like the episodes are averaging like a 6 out of 10. Like, I don't know. I'm kind of on board that they might not screw this up as bad as they did the first season, but it's not the actual story. So I don't know. I think that's it's a hot take for sure, but I'm actually enjoying like the last couple episodes. It's crazy.
She's
I did
gonna
not
ban
think
you
I'd go
from the
that route.
screen.
Fair enough.
For what? For why?
Seriously, compared to season 1, like it's kind of amazing. They actually kind of make you care. So like Dane Bornholtz, like I actually don't hate that character as much as like in the book. They did a couple of intros that are better than they were in the actual book, but they're nowhere near the actual story. So I don't know. It's kind of interesting. But
oh shit.
Yeah, I'd be interested if you make it up to where we're at currently, because it's kind of it's interesting. It's never going to be what's in those books.
I don't think it's possible for me to do whatever you're doing with your brain right now. I don't think it's possible.
I think like it just shut it off. It's like, okay, this is just based off of something good. But I don't know. Like something has changed with the way that they're making it in the second season. It's not as trash.
I am violated.
Fair enough.
I
felt that way with the first season.
How is it so bad?
It's so bad.
Like everything that made it good, they kind of really changed. Mainly it's character development. Like none of the characters feel like they're the actual ones. They haven't used an actual scene that's from the books. There's no dialogue from the books. Instead, it's like, this is kind of a notion from that scene, but it's just not, it's an interpretation, not an adaptation, if you will. Like there is
and
no
I'm sorry, I don't want that. Don't touch it. Don't touch it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, fuck.
Fair enough. And this is probably the only like adaptation we'll get, like especially with it being such a high,
I'd rather have nothing.
whatever cost in it.
Yeah,
I think I was at that point last season, and now I'm kind of like, all right, I don't hate this. I don't know if like I've just become numb to it, but I don't hate it. It's like getting a 6.
Okay, you're allowed.
It's a hot take.
It's a hot take. You're allowed.
That's something that happens a lot. I mean, most of the time when they try to adapt novel, they just can't, or they don't want to.
Yeah.
They why don't they write their own story? Why do you have to touch me on my story, man? Don't touch my story. Don't touch me on my story. Okay?
Well, they never could do a 1-for-1 adaptation anyway, because they're only going to go 8 seasons. So no matter what, it would be an abridged version. But they made a bunch of weird choices to abridge it.
I didn't know they could make math that. Beemo, you don't need to preach to me. You need to preach to Gray, I suppose. But Gray, you know what? If I've got a friend, a very close friend. He also enjoys it. He enjoys the books, and he enjoys the show. He even enjoyed season 1, and I
really. So that seems like a bridge too far. Yeah.
You can't, Gray. I don't think you can watch the show with me because just Dorcas, you've watched it with me. I can't. I actually just swear at it the whole way through.
It's
yes,
very
it is
entertaining.
Yeah.
I know it's season 1, so it will be interesting, I suppose, if I sit through season 2 without swearing through it. Okay. We'll do it.
Gotta say,
Let's do
like,
it.
there's 2 characters that they actually make you have sympathy for, Leandrin and Dane. It's like, it's weird, but I hated them in the books, and it's like I actually kind of dig them in the show. It's weird. But yeah, there's certain things that like I think are done well in this, but it is nowhere near the books, and you're not going to get that story. I think once I finally like shut that part off of my brain, it's like, okay, it's just based on a good story.
I
don't know.
I take that as a freaking insult. You don't. Why would you? You had it in front of you. You had this beautiful story with all of the things you wanted, and you fucked it so hard. Sorry.
Wait.
Yeah.
Sorry, Moss.
And
Wait for the
And I might
Harry
not be as a
Potter
purist
remake.
as you.
Wait for it.
Oh God.
yeah,
Apparently it's
that's gonna be such a good show. We need seasons upon seasons of that. But I don't know, like, so the first book for me isn't like a masterpiece. It's the one that like I think is the weakest. And you were saying like it's just perfect for you. So I might not be as purist. I could see possibly doing it better than the book, but they didn't do that in this show. So I don't know what I see possible. Like, I just don't see them doing. So I don't know. I think it might be an average show by the end, but yeah, that first season's rough.
That reminds me, Kitty, did you end up getting Mistborn?
No, I haven't gotten it yet.
Cool.
And also, I did say that the library had it, but it wasn't actually that. And there was just lots of articles that they have, like journals and stuff, people writing about Mistborn, but not in the actual library.
Betrayed by the sources.
Yeah, it's very interesting. But when I go to the mall or whatever, I'll get it. I suppose I can get it from Amazon too.
Cool. I'm certainly not trying to rush you, but I have ideas if we follow through with what we discussed.
Yeah, no,
yeah, and Warbreaker, that one's so good. Sorry, BMO. There's a comment on there about or Warbreaker. If you can't do Mistborn because it is like a series with like multiple eras, I don't know. Warbreaker is pretty amazing. It's currently a standalone.
I love series. Hello, Wheel of Time.
Same.
I know, but if you're finding them hard to get, like this would just be one book.
Oh no. It's not about hard to get. It's more like the expensive bit. Like was. You know what? I have to buy all 3. It makes sense because there was
well,
one.
Technically, you got to go 6.
Yeah, well, whatever.
You got to get Mistborn era 2.
Because I was looking at the price of the one, and then for like 30 dirhams more, I could get that. So it was 100 for one, and then 130 for 3 Mistborns. So I was like, and I guess I was just feeling very thrift books. There's no thrift books around here. Everything is new here. Everything is very fancy.
I mean, that's kind of cool.
Yeah. Warbreaker is concentrated Sanderson perfection. Well, I'm gonna read with Dorcas. We're gonna read.
Yeah, we were tentatively talking about like an accountability buddy system, and then maybe like streaming after every couple of chapters to discuss the events. So we'll see what happens.
So I don't know. Mistborn is cool, but kind of as like BMO points out, like there is kind of like peak Sanderson. I don't know. While I love Mistborn, it is kind of, I guess Elantris is his first one, but then he went into Mistborn, and you can kind of tell it's earlier, but he gets so much better as it goes on. I don't know. I really like Warbreaker, but yeah, if you could ever get into Stormlight, the problem is it's an ongoing series, and there's going to be multiple eras.
But it's Sanderson. He comes out with a book every week.
To get into. For sure. But yeah, just the Stormlight Archive is just amazing. I love that one.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. From what I understand, like Way of Kings was kind of his dissertation, and then he went back and actually made it like a full-length intro to what the whole Stormlight is. So it's kind of amazing. But yeah, a lot of thought has gone into this whole world. It's very fun.
Cool.
Guys, I think I might have to cut the stream short. I've just started getting a migraine. Yeah.
No.
Oh no. I killed you with
Katru-
the Wheel of Time take.
Yeah,
I'm
yes.
sorry.
If Katru could come through, you guys could continue, but it's just started. I'm so over this.
Oh no.
This is like the third one in the past.
That's so horrible.
I'm
Sorry.
just hoping it'll stop. It's not helping me with words. It's just started.
Oh no.
It's just started, and I've started going numb and stuff. Which is just, I hate it because I'm having such fun. And I know that I'm the one that's cutting the stream short. So if Katru was here, he could continue and then I could just listen to you guys. But Sparkles, you also get them? Oh God. Do you get the aura? Because that's what's happening to me now. Like
I hate that,
like
the whole like visual thing.
Yeah. And I'm starting to get numb in one arm. So I'm hoping that this.
Oh no.
Because lately it's been more than usual. Go get some rest, kitty. Migraine's awful. Yeah. And look, I've had worse ones.
Sure.
Wait, but the thing is, when they do come, it's more of just that they debilitating. The pain that I used to have was way worse. Like I used to really think I was dying, but now it's just more just like I need to get to bed. I need to go and close my eyes and be away from lights and not feel my hands and stuff. But yes, it is your fault, Gray.
I am sorry. It's really only the last 2 episodes. It's like, okay, I never thought I'd see this, and I don't hate it, which is surprising to me. So I'm sorry for that take, but I didn't expect it.
I enjoyed the Ogier.
Thank you a lot for having
I don't
me.
know, man.
Thank you a lot.
It's not my loyal.
Thanks for coming, Topic.
Yeah.
Yeah,
for sure.
Welcome. I know we're quite rowdy, but I suppose you have Cole, and Cole is naughty. So,
Oh.
yeah. Oh,
Actually, I guess
Katru
Andrew's saying that he could be here soon.
Yeah, so you guys can
Uh,
go for the next 45 minutes. I suppose. No, an hour. Yeah. There's an hour left of stream. I don't know what you guys will do with it.
I will actually head out.
Okay.
Thank you
Okay.
again. That was very fun.
Thanks.
Just let me know next time if you need someone to fill a spot in.
Sure.
So yeah. Anyway, have a good one, chat. Have a good one, everyone, and take care.
Cheers, Multi.
Oh,
yeah, man.
Wheel of Time is confusing and boring. You know what? I would rather you have that. You know what? I would rather you have that opinion. I'm glad. You know what? I would rather have you don't like it than just have it ruined.
I don't know. Once it clicks, it just clicks
Wait,
so hard.
Rosales,
like
do you mean the book or the series?
Of course he means the book, right? Like the series is... Well, okay, fair enough. It is a confusing mess. The series doesn't know what it's doing. I could accept that.
Real Time has a
yeah.
whole race of folks with pirate accents. It's 10 out of 10. Yeah.
He means the
They are
series.
the best.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay.
Lots of people don't enjoy
Fair
it.
enough.
We can wait for Katru. I'll listen on my phone. I'm going to turn this light off so long. Maybe it'll help. Oh, that's great. Oh, that's nice. Oh.
Yeah, that would be the worst. I didn't think about that, but yeah, especially with like the lighting rig, that would be the worst.
I will read the book for the pirates. Oh, yeah, you have to read for quite a while before you get to them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just listen to them.
Well, I mean, I guess you get to meet one, kind of.
Yeah.
I don't know. What, around like 3 or something?
Oh, God, I love them so much. I love the book so much. Honestly, yeah. Words.
I broke
through. Gartic.
Gartic.
I don't know what Katru wants to do.
Speaking of,
I don't know. So we did have that one thing. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to share that. Speaking of books, I broke through 2 bits of writer's block for my projects, so I'm very happy.
Nice. Hell yeah. That is always tough.
Yeah.
Great job, man.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. For me, I just kind of like hit a wall, and it's like, what? Like, come on, there has to be something. And I don't know. That's awesome when you're able to break on through.
Yeah. I was really struggling.
So, I don't know. You had
no. Continue.
I was just gonna say there were some other topics on that list, but I don't know if we should go
Yes.
through any of those.
You can go with we had identity politics. Did you have things to talk about there?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Go on.
I kind of had a few thoughts, but yeah, I was kind of hoping to bounce it off others. I don't know. Like, are they inherently bad? Like, I don't know. I guess there's kind of a couple ways to look at like identity politics.
I'm not in the best state of mind to continue with it. Go ahead. Go, Dorcas. Go.
Fair enough.
No, I had my own definition that was not dissimilar to Sitch's definition, but it's escaping me right now. But I would say it involves, advocating for policies that benefit specific identities and to the detriment of others, and it can manifest I have to make an allowance in my definition to allow for the manifestation of like insisting on having people of a specific identity in order to promote those policy prescriptions. Get back to me next week. I'll have a more specific definition, but generally I don't like identity politics.
So I definitely agree with you that I can like be a part of it. I don't know. Have you read like Jonathan Haidt, or are you familiar
I've not,
with some of his work?
I know what you and the thinkers and Sitch and Adam say about him.
I don't know. Yeah, so I might be like the worst to go off this because I seriously have like a yearly like reread of his books. But I don't know. He kind of explains that like there's two different. Hey, Katro. Welcome, sir. I don't know. So like there's kind of two types of identity politics, and one of them is common enemy identity politics, and the other one is common humanity. And they're just kind of two like very distinct, different things. So common enemy, it's dividing people by race, straight versus everyone else, men versus women, anything that you can look at, any sort of intersectionality that will lead to some sort of conflict. But there's a different way of doing identity politics, which is common humanity. And that's, it's something that unites us, like justice, equality. So like, as he kind of explains it, it would be emphasizing a common humanity. That's what like MLK did. That's what Pauli Murray did. That's what Nelson Mandela did. So like with Pauli Murray, for instance, I'm not sure if you're familiar, but she was a gay, Black, possibly trans civil rights leader. Her like main quote that everyone kind of uses is, "When my opponents draw a circle to exclude me, I shall draw a larger circle to include them. And I shout out for the rights of all mankind." So I don't know. It's different, but it would be like something that unites us. So it could be country, it could be region. It doesn't necessarily have to be something that excludes others. It would be including people.
That makes me think, there's an appropriate use for statistics, and I think it is entirely appropriate to look at statistics and say, hey, this group seems to be deficient in this area, and it would be wonderful if we could address it. A big problem for me comes in when people that advocate for addressing those issues insist that only that group can talk about said issues, and that the solutions need to specifically benefit that group at the expense of other groups.
For sure. And that seems like that would be the common enemy. Like instead, our group is oppressed by this group, so let's band against that. I don't know. That does seem like a very divisive way to do it. But instead, you could be inclusive, like whatever states voters or counties voters or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No.
I'm gonna get going, and we do have the backup. Yeah, Katru, I'll listen to you guys with my eyes closed, and so I will be around if disaster strikes, but I don't think so.
Kitty.
We should be fine.
Yeah, thank you guys.
We'll try to avert disaster, but sorry again for causing that.
No, yeah, exactly. That's how bad it was. Such a bad take. It gave me a migraine. Bye, everybody.
I tried to say hot take, but
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'll see you guys. I'll see you in chat. Thanks, everybody. Okay, thanks. Bye.
Bye. Yeah.
So it kind of. Oh, sorry. Go. I was just gonna say it kind of seems like it's a way to use that tribalistic instinct that we have, but kind of for the better. So instead of saying like let's exclude this one, it's let's include these guys. I don't know. It's a way of. I don't know. It's kind of a way of trying to get a positive out of a negative, or going with what we have and trying to get a best possible result out of it, as the way that I see it. But I could totally be wrong on that.
No, well, can I actually jump off of what you're saying there? And say that,
please do.
Yeah, and say that even the framing is embodying the ideal, because it is drawing it is drawing that larger circle around their idea of identity politics, and including it and using the same kind of framework to describe both topics or both things, right? And in a way that, like, instead of saying, your thing is bad and toxic, and this is the way that we should be doing it necessarily, right? It's using a neutral framework to describe how both things are before you come to a conclusion.
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, baked into the conclusion, or let me rephrase that. So once you kind of understand where your values are, if you come to understand your values first, you'll obviously see the conclusion as obvious, right? It's like, oh, well, isn't this convenient that you create this framework that allows you to be correct with these ideas? But I don't think that's fair. You could use that for literally everything, not just most things, but literally everything. And I don't think that that's fair to do that. So I think that understanding identity politics as a kind of what do you call it? Like you were saying, the common enemy kind of way of describing things versus the common humanity is like that's like the liberal way of conceptualizing it, I believe. Even if you don't ascribe that, even if they're simply compatible, I believe that liberalism would, say, hey, yeah, that's based.
Yeah, I would hope so, but yeah, there are definitely the others that try and do use it to divide. So I don't know. It just seems like it's kind of a way to tap into that same need or desire that we have, and kind of do it for the better. But it is a way that, like MLK, he was using it where he would say, like, my white brothers. There's ways that you can still use identity but tap into like the common humanity, and it can still be used to actually reach through to the other side. I don't know. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I used to be very against identity politics, and then I kind of got a different perspective from Jonathan Haidt. And I don't know that I necessarily dislike it. I just dislike the way that people are using it as a weapon.
Right.
That definitely.
I mean,
think,
it feels
the
unfair.
big problem is lumping the entire identity into a monolith.
Right.
For sure.
That's one of the problems. Is the
But-
essentialist aspect of it.
You ain't black if you don't
Mhm.
vote for it.
Yes, that feels like it's divisive again. But like MLK is saying, like my white brothers, like that seems very inclusive. But he's still speaking to a group who identifies a certain way. I don't know. I don't think that would be that bad.
Well, one of the
I don't know.
things
That seems like it could be a positive.
Right. Well, one of the things that I've realized is that you have to have, or no, you have to have that one of the benefits of the common humanity kind of aspect of things is that, and I'm adopting that phrase, not that I completely understand that person's framing or a mode of ideas, but that's kind of how I conceptualize it anyway. So I'm just kind of adopting the phrase. And so with common humanity, with that sort of thing, people should be identifying not exclusively, but like inclusively more based off of groups that you can opt into versus the essentialist framing of groups you're born into, groups you can't help changing. And so,
like sex. Continue.
Oh, well, for now. But yeah, so I just feel like that is where we should be heading, where we should be focusing on the ideas that and okay, so speaking about whether or not MLK believed in all of this, like how we've built it up in the future, or not, right? I believe that, or whether or not he would have changed to have become a leftist. I feel like
I have no clue.
I have no clue, and it almost doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
Because I feel like what we should be focusing on are the concepts. Actually, it relates to something that I feel is rather important in that I feel like a good idea, well, like kind of like the Ratatouille thing, but like with good ideas. Good idea can come from anywhere. And so that, and like a good cook, if somebody learned how to cook a good meal, right? That doesn't mean everything that they cook is objectively good, right? And they can still fail. They can still make bad food, but the meal that they created is always going to be good. When you find out that this person actually, like if somebody lucked into creating an awesome dish, that doesn't say anything bad about the dish that they don't know how to cook in other ways. And I feel like, that kind of thing with ideas, I feel like is, important, that we need to have. We need to be focusing on the good meals and how we can use them in our own lives, not focus less on the chef that came up with the dish.
It's also being able to call out the bad meals when they're bad.
Yes, exactly. Right. No matter if it came from a chef that you like or not.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, does that make sense? Does that sound good?
I track.
Yeah.
Galente.
Silence is agreement.
He's hard at work at the chocolate factory. But yeah, it is an interesting analogy. Yeah, I do track with what you're saying. But yeah, I definitely didn't come up with the concept or anything. Oh, Galante is here.
I am. I agree wholeheartedly. Good ideas can come from any person. But that open-mindedness requires you to have the responsibility, as Dorcas said, to call out bad ideas, even if they're from your own team. Tribalism makes it very hard for us to do that. But it's our responsibility.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
for sure.
Yeah,
well said.
I don't fully. I have complicated views on trans issues, but I feel like calling out the hypocrisy. I don't want to say hypocrisy. The
bad faith.
Intellectual inconsistency and bad. I almost want to say bad faith, but not necessarily. With the trans women or women, well, then what is a woman, right? And Matt Walsh coming up with that, right?
Mm-hmm.
He shouldn't get to own that, right? And not just in general, but what that means. I really hate the concept of when people talk about dog whistles and how everything's a dog whistle for something, right? They nest ideas, right? And then we fight over what the nested meanings are.
Mm-hmm.
And instead of letting language, not that okay, but then you also run into the problem of letting people, being blind to when somebody is dog whistling. I mean, it's a whole complicated thing, but I think that the pendulum has gone too far, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. I mean, when I hear identity politics or when I think about identity politics, I have, a gut antagonistic reaction to it. Or not to the concept of identity politics, but whatever is being expressed that I would consider to be identity and an example of identity politics.
Sure. Yeah. And so it's frustrating that these things, concepts seem to be owned by people, right?
The monolith stuff.
Yeah, the monolith type stuff. And I feel like that's not fair to ideas. If that makes any sense.
Right. And
we lose out.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah, and I fear that's just one of the things that's going on with this in particular. That it's just being looked at as a way to divide, but it could be a way to unite. What traits unify us? That could be a way.
Speaking of, like you're saying, this is relating to the disagreement or the argument in general, just broadly, in relation to Sitch and Adam. And I think that Sitch is correct in that you are theoretically providing cover if you don't, by using the same word, same phrase. Maybe what we need is you use the same phrase, but then you subdivide it, right?
Right. So you build a definition that covers that sort of protects itself by acknowledging the darker
common identity, call common humanity, call it common identity politics, and call enemy identity politics. I'm not good on phrasing necessarily, but this is just off the top of my head, and that's the point: is that you are you're trying to look at what is, you subdivide it, and you don't just call it identity politics. Call it, like what they say about, like, institutional racism, right? But let racism be what it was originally, kind of thing. And so by referring to institutional racism and systemic racism and using defined terms, then you can actually describe something new rather than hijack what racism the P plus P equals R.
But what I understand,
does that make sense? With what I'm...
It does, but what I understand Sitch's position to be is that by allowing for a more simple, good faith definition, ideologues of certain ideologies will find a way to hijack that definition so that they can, use Mott and Bailey tactics. Therefore, it is better for the definition to have a fail-safe baked into it in the first place, so to attempt to avoid those Mott and Bailey tactics.
I hear what you're saying, but you can't, what do you call it? You can't call, or all of that is going to be happening anyway. You're going to run into people trying to control situations and control the conversation via words, right? Like that whole argument over negative rights versus positive rights is a kind of proxy war for the issues themselves, and they'd rather do the proxy fight than they actually talk about the issues themselves. And so that kind of thing is going to happen anyway, regardless, no matter what. So instead of being squeamish about adopting new terms, we should just, kind of get over it and just start doing it, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Using terms. Using new terms.
I do get that.
I
also kind of get the opposite opinion that no, that would be conceding and then giving up.
I just don't like leaving any opportunity for the bad faith language manipulators. I really don't.
I understand what you're
definitely
saying.
Could be a way that you could use it as a weapon.
They're going, but that's my point though, is that they are going to manipulate the arguments anyway. You're never going to be able to get away from it entirely. So instead,
but that doesn't mean we shouldn't allow for opportunities to do so. We should minimize their ability to do so.
Well, sure, but part of that I feel like is making good is like what I'm saying. Subdivide the concepts so that while maintaining that you're not just talking about identity politics, and then and don't let people revert back to just simply saying identity politics. If they want to argue, be like, oh, well, I'm just using the original definition, right? Make them use the subdivided terms.
I don't think there's a way to make them play along, and I would cite the Sitch and Adam, Bob and Dane debate.
Like any of the CRT ones, they will not. It is that Mott and Bailey game, the mop and bucket. They want that ability to retreat to the safe place.
So I'm not trying to suggest you're wrong or that we shouldn't use your prescription here, but I would say it's overly optimistic for my personal taste.
Well, no, okay. Actually, no, this actually does work very well into what I was saying before. Bad actors are going to be bad actors, and we can't let their attitudes or their behaviors dictate our entire playbook.
Yes.
Fair enough. I definitely understand that. I just, yeah. I don't know. I just, I'm not sure if you can dictate how somebody else is going to use their language, especially if it's a tactic that is kind of known.
There.
I don't know. It just.
No, continue.
Sorry.
No,
go right
you.
It feels like that's a well-known tactic, and like we've seen it all the time with this whole CRT thing, where it's like you try and get them to actually define like racism, or like Ibram X. Kendi, and it's like, well, he'll use racism in the definition of racism. You don't really get a definition, and that's intentional.
Well, then
it's just like kind of.
Then it seems to me perhaps the best solution is to outgame them at their own game, like the cultural right did with the word groomer, which the ideological left seems to hate.
Yeah.
But you know, and as I've said in the past, I'm fond of employing tactics opponents use against the opponents because the opponents believe it's okay to do so.
I suppose I feel like there's a way to do it without like even like tacitly saying that you're kind of being bad faith. I think there's a way to phrase it to say like, no, this is the good faith way to do this. Right? I think that you let them have their definition, you maintain yours, and it's always going to be a war. It's always going to be a war of words, right?
I mean, that seems to me an argument for integrity, which isn't the way I've said that seems to imply a bad thing. It's not. I'm, pro integrity 100% of the way, but integrity isn't necessarily always. So,
some people definitely don't.
Yeah,
I don't want to finish this. Yeah, I don't want to finish my sentence.
Well,
because it could be picked apart. Yeah. This is me exploratorily. This is what my inner dialogue is like.
Hey, we're thinking. Yeah. We're doing a think here.
Yeah. Exactly.
And
it's all good.
Yeah. The image of Socrates on trial comes to mind.
You said that, and thunder just like really clapped in the background. I don't think my mic picked it up, but just so you know, the gods heard you talking about Socrates.
Hi, Zeus.
Frustrated.
Hades' best god, followed by Poseidon.
I'm not saying it's a good series, right? It's a guilty pleasure of mine, but it's just quick note there. Lost Girl was fun.
I do feel I need to clarify my statement. I meant of the Greek gods. I didn't mean of all the gods. Just to put that out there. But yes, Katru. I'm not familiar with that series, but it sounds good.
Oh, it takes different mythologies, but Greek is the main ones. And it's okay, so it's like a modern day Hercules, like with Kevin Sorbo, but with a female succubus protagonist.
Neat.
It doesn't sound horrible.
And so,
but yeah, you said it's a guilty pleasure. Does that mean it's
well? No,
not
it's
good,
it's
but you like it for some reason.
What do you call it? It's got the same kind of writing quality and what do you call it? Arc planning as Hercules or Xena.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I mean, they were fun. I don't know, as long as like it looks better than that, that's probably a step up.
I think okay, so I would say that they do look better, but I would say that's because they are like on the same level for the time, right? So in the same way that like we look back now and say, oh wow, they look horrible, like within the same time frame, people will look back and say, wow, that looks horrible.
Galente, what do you think? Yes, it does. I follow.
So, but back to the war of, or yeah, I just what's really interesting to me, Idpol. What's really interesting to me is that there are actually a lot of these ideas, that these critiques that are brought up by the left, like the far left, that while I don't come to the same conclusions, I realize that they do actually have good points. That like everything is political. I realize now is because the reason why people were saying no, not everything is political, or and why they say that everything is political, why those things are is because everything was liberalism. We all agreed on liberalism, so we didn't notice that all of our politics were already our basic neutral framework was all agreed upon. And so we didn't so the idea that like when you're telling a story about a hero, and what kind of values does that hero embody, right? What the narrative framing is for that, it's going to be in some sense political.
I might disagree with you. I would be totally down to have a think on this.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I'm of a different mindset that, like, I don't know if everything inherently has to be political, but
tangentially.
I don't know. I would want to do a think on this.
Right.
Yes,
Okay.
Dorcas,
So like
please.
another good example of this actually is the relating it to Such an Atom, the conversation they had with Bob and Dane about the She-Hulk scene. I actually, looking back on that, yeah, as Kitty said, everything doesn't have to be activism, and that is true.
True.
But what do you call it? But with the tangentially argument, right?
That wasn't
we
why
have,
I said the word, but continue.
Yeah. No, because I think that that's correct. With going back over the scene with what do you call it? Going back over the scene in what do you call it? In
She-Hulk.
She-Hulk, thank you. I noticed
Patrick's
that,
favorite show.
Yeah.
Season 2, soon to be coming.
Yeah, season 1, episode 1, with the whole I experience it infinitely more than you. That sort of thing was not woke directly. It was woke in the sense that Jennifer Walters was speaking as a woke person, but not that they were directly like being a spokesman for any woke position. That their perspective was informed because they're woke. But and I have to look up the lines, but this is what I realized.
We do, Dorcas.
We do. But anyways, with
weird, because I might have the exact opposite take, but I feel like I've got the exact opposite take on Barbie. So I don't know, maybe I'm being inconsistent, but like I don't view those characters from there actually having like the correct take or the take that you're supposed to take away from the show. But I am viewing like Jen Walters as being correct in the eyes of the show.
Oh well,
maybe that's me being
there's definitely
incorrect in there, but
there's definitely that. I definitely feel like the show is not condemning her for what she said. The show feels like she has a valid point.
okay.
I
Yeah, that's
definitely
basically where
think
I'm coming down on that.
that is correct. I agree with that.
Yeah,
I would.
it supports her position.
Sure, exactly. With what do you call it? Okay. With
The greatest
Jen,
show ever written.
right? Yes, Jen Walters, right? I think that her position, the lines were like, okay, her talking about her framing. She framed everything in the first person perspective, right? Not because. So I definitely don't think that it's woke in the sense that like she wasn't claiming an identity politics type position necessarily, because she did frame everything from her perspective and not from the perspective of all women. However, she did very much have this feminist perspective that kind of ignores the experiences of men, right? It's not that we all have trouble and that we have trouble differently. It's that women's troubles are to be highlighted, and any troubles, and feminists, generally speaking, not always, generally speaking, are completely ignorant of the struggles of men unless they are framing them in the
through the feminist lens.
Through the feminist lens of being they're being violated by the patriarchy. They're being I don't
the
know.
only way to solve men's issues is to focus on women's issues.
It would help everyone.
Yeah. So the idea that
Dorcas, you were saying.
Sure. Yeah. Go ahead.
What was I?
Sorry, I think like a while back it was tangentially.
Yes, tangentially, the topic almost speaks to my own writing and the writer's block that I've been experiencing. I'm working on an episode and in which I'm trying to talk about the main character, and I want the main character to be this admirable, moral, upright citizen who displays, good qualities. But this world that I am building and the ideology of the people that I'm basing this society off of had at the time very different values than the ones we currently have. So I have to ask myself, do I instill these events that I come up with to display these qualities in this episode? Are they going to display current ideas in post-Enlightenment values, or will they involve the ideas of the time? And I'm leaning towards the ideas of the time, but I don't want that to alienate the audience members. So I have to figure out really carefully how to walk this line without.
That is interesting.
So I definitely okay. If you do write it that way, the second way, right, that you were just speaking about, you are going to alienate leftists, but I don't see a reason to be courting them in the first place.
Yes. So they'll hate what I'm writing.
Right. So, but if you write it in one of the ways that you could write it that is kind of acknowledging that sort of thing is the concept of let me rephrase. So the concept of of like what kind of like realizing what their government of system looks like, and what the society generally looks like will kind of inform the kind of past that they've had.
Absolutely.
And so you can just reference that, because if they live in a monarchy and they're still in a monarchy, then they don't necessarily, they could have resolved liberalism and still kept it, right? Like, I feel like liberalism theoretically could work with monarchy, right? But what you'd be doing is you'd be recreating the same kind of systems, like with meritocracy. You could make a noble class, right, that is very meritocratic, or aristocratic.
You'd have to like get people to go against their nature, though, I would think, in order to like make that work. Because I don't know, man, power just begets like that need for more power, and nepotism seems to like be coming right up behind it.
Sure, but the whole point,
I think you'd just be fighting people from like arranging it so that it's not meritocracy,
right?
Because once you're at the top, like, why wouldn't you rewrite the rules?
I'm not. Yeah, no, I'm not necessarily saying that. Or let me rephrase that. I don't think it's possible to do it now. This isn't a monarchist view. This isn't a monarchist kind of like advocation type thing. I'm just saying, theoretically, as a intellectual pursuit, you could construct a society that maintains like the pomp and circumstance and positions of monarchy while upholding the ideals of liberalism. It would not be, you'd have to account for all the same real world and psychological constraints that with checks and balances and such that you have that exist with people, but you would need to just handle things in a slightly different way, possibly in a more structured way.
It's
like
tough.
You would have you have to make sure that you can maintain, or you have a way of fairly what do you call it? Have a way to fairly let people meritocratically rise in the ranks, and let them meritocratically fall, right? So it doesn't become an oligarchy. Your aristocracy doesn't become an oligarchy. And part of that could be that that positions aren't, what is it? Positions aren't inherited, but are earned every generation. Literally every generation. You have no inheritance as far as position goes.
That'd be interesting.
Yeah.
It would be tough for sure, but I don't disagree that you could think of a theoretical thing like that. I just think I know they would have to be much better people than I think you're giving like the average person a little bit more credit than that.
Tends towards corruption, and that can be part of the story as well.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying that because again, we're thinking of something that will work in the context of a what do you call it? A story, and not something that will definitely absolutely work in the real world.
Right.
For sure.
Well, like here's an example. There's a figure in Roman history called Manlius Torquatus. and he got.
And he had the manliest.
He was the manliest man out there. Essentially, he prevented a battle by dueling some. I think they were Gauls. Basically, there were two armies on opposite sides of a river, and the Gauls wanted to cross to come in and raid. And Manlius basically said, I'll duel your strongest soldier, and if we win, you leave." And then Manlius won, and he took a piece of jewelry and earned the name Torquatus. And he was a well-respected person in Rome at the time. Years later, he was commanding an army in which his son was a soldier, and he ordered the soldiers to hold a specific fort or something to that effect. And then his son.
Talking about Rome, by the way, just FYI, just
talking about Rome.
Yeah, it's more that man talk.
Yeah.
Manlius.
So Manlius's son basically wanted to follow in his father's footsteps and earn glory for himself. So he disobeyed the general's orders, and he went out and dueled an opponent and convinced them to leave. And Manlius, when he heard what his son did, killed his son for disobeying orders. Now, this is, at this point, this is mythology. And some modern historians have suggested that this was actually a very unpopular thing to do at the time. But this story was handed down through Roman story as the correct and proper and moral thing to do. And it's like, how do you turn that into a likable quality in a character that is supposed to be your hero?
Mm-hmm.
Manlius's son Latius.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I mean, it would be one way to instill, obedience in,
well, yeah, you would have
the next generation. I could see.
I'm sorry. What you have to do is, instead of thinking about like trying to instill a lesson in a people necessarily, you have to think about what values would have to be in place for people to think this that this is good. And you start from this, and you have to realize that that kind of thing has to be true first.
Yeah.
Because if it's like a lot of leftist ideas are absolutely bonkers to us because we think that universal principles are more important than universal principles are what's based, right? That's what's good is universal principles. So the idea of having like a what do you call it?
Create the context so that it makes sense.
The context, right? Sure, exactly. But having different rules for different people feels like an automatic just losing perspective, a losing idea. It's like how could you possibly convince people that actually is a good thing? And the reason is because their primary concern is oppression, right? Fairness is secondary. Fairness is what's fair is based off of what is alleviating oppression.
Yes, I like that.
So
writing is hard, guys.
Right. Yeah. So
but yeah.
Well, I don't know. So like kind of getting back
And
to like the Jen Walters and that everything is political, like that could be written in a much different way. I mean, like, I don't know. She didn't have to go through nearly as many struggles. I think that's one of the reasons why people are seeing it as somewhat ideological. They didn't like give a written explanation for that. It was just her assertion that, you know, women have to deal with being catcalled.
And that
so
it was said
that's
to
why
the worst person could say
yeah.
it.
Exactly. Yeah.
I don't know that that's necessarily like the truth in that. It could be that somehow like mixed with his blood, it's a much lesser level and whatever. They just never explain that away. But I don't know. Like, do you take that as that's poor writing that they didn't actually offer a real explanation? The only thing we get is the character's assertion.
Well, season
or
2.
is that actually the assertion?
Well, they could,
fair
they
enough.
could,
Season 2 is coming up.
They could retcon it. I don't have any faith that they would retcon it well, but they could retcon it. And what do you call it? So my point is that about Jen Walters is that she came to these conclusions based off of the fact that she is a like third wave feminist or fourth wave feminist.
Yeah.
And not that she is preaching wokeness in the show. See, that's what I
really. So do you see it different as in Barbie? Because like I see the mother and the daughter in that Barbie thing the exact same way. Like they're just a product of this culture, so they're just preaching that, but that doesn't mean that they're necessarily right. But I wasn't giving Jen necessarily the same courtesy. I was assuming that this show was saying that she's right.
I mean, I think
perhaps I'm being inconsistent with
I think
that.
it can be both. I can absolutely believe a high school girl having those beliefs and stating those beliefs. It is also true
for sure
that the author believes those beliefs to be accurate, and
I think they do
use the platform.
And here's something that I am invoking a little bit of death of the author here, right? It could also be that the kid's critique is somewhat correct, but that it is incomplete, and so the conclusions that she makes, that she comes to, are therefore wrong, but not her observations.
Fair enough. Yeah, so I don't know. I guess I now feel a little bit inconsistent because I don't feel like I was giving that same charity to Jen, that like maybe she's just incorrect, but I was definitely thinking that.
I don't think that the show is saying that she's incorrect, right? But my point is like she arrived at her conclusions based off of the fact that she's the third/fourth wave feminist. I don't know the exact.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, I feel like the same thing for that daughter in Barbie. Like she also came to her conclusion, and then I would assume that would be the same with the mother. Like when she decides that they just didn't know about this, so they had no immunity to it. I'm assuming that's the same thing. That's from her own ideology that she's bringing into this.
Cassie,
I don't know.
Can I hop in real quick?
Sorry, Glintes.
Yes.
Yes, please do, sir.
I think one of the things that is a big difference between these two shows, or these two forms of media, is that Barbie has infinitely more nuance to it than She-Hulk did. They're both equally on the nose, but there's no give and take with She-Hulk, where at least Barbie seems to be trying to do that. So
that's fair.
Yeah, I can see that as well. Even if it was unintentional, death of the author. Whether because what is it? Tommy Wiseau says that The Room was like a dark comedy or whatever, right? So you can't necessarily trust what they say now. But so who knows precisely what this person believes? Yeah. So
I mean, it's definitely become a dark comedy, but like, I don't know. That is really weird. Could an author change what their interpretation of their own work is over time?
Yeah.
I don't know. That feels a little off to me. That is a concept
Agreed.
I've never really thought of. Is there like a name for that where an author changes their own intentions over the years? Huh.
I don't know, but I just know that it's not intellectually honest of Tommy Wiseau to have done that. I think that he
I know
definitely
some of the
had.
original interviews didn't say that.
Yeah, I definitely feel like he definitely had a specific concept he was going for, and I don't feel like that is reflected in his later interviews, his later claims. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, fair enough. I guess, and now I feel inconsistent. So I don't know.
Well,
I just realized that I don't think I'm giving Jen like.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Have
I don't know.
a think on it and come back
I'll have a
next week
think on
with
it for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
with your
I'll think on
findings.
She-Hulk real hard. Okay.
Yeah. You watch it with Patrick with this new this new perspective.
I don't know. I'm still upset. They're canceling Velma season 2, but She-Hulk gets a season 2. I don't know.
Yeah.
Makes no sense to me.
So far as we know, we'll see what happens.
Fair
I
enough.
really think that I'm not saying that Gary is correct, but if the studios are using this strike, like they're actually glad that people are striking because that allows them out of they can drag out the
Bunch of
contracts
bad
and
content.
then
I believe
drag
that to be true.
drag things out so that they can get rid of people that they want to get rid of, get out of contracts that they don't want to, that they realize now are bad bets, all this kind of stuff. I mean, if they are doing that, then I mean, it's brilliant.
Yeah, that would be quite devious. It might just be a happy accident. But,
Yeah, exactly.
You know, if it leads to some of the bad stuff going away, that's fine. I guess I'll take the hit on Velma for that. Just saying, that show deserved more.
I guess, I don't know. I didn't think it was very good. I mean, if you like,
it's better than Scrappy Doo.
If you that's debatable, but I will not say that is not a hot take. Not really.
I enjoyed the show. I wanted to see where they were going to go with it. But yeah.
Like ironically, or
I understand I'm in the minority on that. Unironically, I enjoyed it, but you know, I'm full of hot takes.
Yeah. Oh, hey, so let's before we end up, or we're coming up on 1:00, so before we reach there, as a kind of last topic on this kind of thing, what did if anyone saw it, what did people think of the new Sabrina the Teenage Witch, the darker Netflix one?
I did not see it, but I was very fond of the old show, the original show.
It's very different. I mean, like the ants,
The Melissa Joan Hart project.
The ants the ants kill each other and stuff.
Was it Netflix or was it CW? I thought.
No, it was Netflix. It is very interesting.
I only caught like one or two episodes of it.
It did kind of pair up with Riverdale a little bit. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wasn't it in that vein? Like, because I think it's supposed to be.
More or less
I don't
the
know.
same
She is
world.
a tie-in with the Archie thing. Yeah. But I don't know. It was really weird to me. I only made it through a couple of those. Did you happen to watch all of them? Did you make it
I
through?
watched a lot of the Sabrina the Teenage Witch one. But I think it was like season 3 I dipped out. Now I'm not saying it was like really good before that, but I saw a certain amount of promise, and at like the end of, like, she'd been sort of going on an arc a little bit. Yeah, you can argue back and forth. I mean, there's an argument to be made. She was sort of going on an arc about finally learning her lesson, right? And not like you can't have your cake and eat it too was kind of like her arc, if not for the series up until that point, definitely that season. And then like this the cliffhanger for the series or for the season at that point was her wanting to have her cake and eat it too. And I was like, okay, I'm out. I mean, if the character is literally going to go right back on their arc, like inside the same season that it was realized, then I'm just not going to watch. I don't care.
Well, maybe they're part of their journey is one step forward, two steps back. You know, they really got to
It should be 2 steps
solidify that.
forward, 1 step back. So
Yeah,
at
it
least
seems like
making
it's
progress, but it definitely feels like it's the reverse.
No, the other way. Yeah. Well, okay, kind of zooming out from that, what about the actual like concept? Do you think it's fine to do like a reimagining of a project like that? Like, do you, even though you specifically got out of that, like, I don't know, does this darker version of Sabrina, is there anything wrong with it?
Here's the thing about it, and, as well, is that they are not the ones who pioneered it. It already exists in comic form before they adapted it.
Fair enough.
And so
then,
I think that
I don't know, with like
the show, if you're going to lambast the idea in general, you'd have to lambast the comic, and if you do, then you're intellectually consistent. But if you are, but I think what is that? Creating a kind of Elseworlds, totally different view. I don't think that damages the original. I don't, as long as you're. Because as long as you're calling it different, right? If like the problem I have with some of the adaptations or like the new versions of things is that they're not saying that they are like, okay, I don't have a problem with deconstructing or Elseworlds versions of things in general. It's only when you say, no, my version is now the proper version. All other versions are past and problematic and whatnot. All of that kind of. When you're doing that, that's when I have a problem.
If you're
simply,
do you have a?
Yeah, if you're simply
do you have an
saying
issue with like Velma then, for instance, like the adult, like edgy version of Scooby Doo?
I have a problem with it.
Especially considering the people that say those things also say, what are you complaining about? The original trilogy is still there. You can still enjoy it.
Yeah. So I was going to say, they've specifically said that thing. So that sounded like the message that you were kind of saying, like, as long as you say like it's an alternate and like, you know, there is another version, they're not saying that it's definitive. As far as I've heard, the Velma like creators and stuff have said like, but the others still exist. Like, they're not saying this is the only way that it exists. I don't know.
So
it seems like a lot of people have an issue with it.
So I have maybe a combo thing, because I definitely believe that is true and valid and whatnot. But I think that Velma is just bad in its own right.
Yes.
I don't think it really has. I mean, if you like it,
fair enough.
Okay. And this is another thing. There are conversations, okay, in the same sense that whether something is good in general and whether something is a good adaptation, and talking about like audience feedback and other things like that. All of these things are more or less different conversations. They can combo up. They interact with each other in this sort of. But like whether something is good in its own right doesn't necessarily like if you had a story about Batman where he is happy-go-lucky and swings from wires as he goes through the city in daylight, saving people, and he then I mean, you'd be like, well, that sounds like a Spider-Man story. That's not Batman. You could be like technically correct, but I feel like adaptation wise, you are correct. But the story, whether or not the story is good itself, is independent of that.
Fair enough. I can respect that.
With regard to the can a bad adaptation be a good movie question, I fall on the side of
for sure.
You can have good movies that
The
are
Shining?
bad adaptations, but whether or not something is a good adaptation is a large factor that I weigh, that is under the umbrella of was it good? Adaptation by its
So then
nature.
where would you come down on like The Shining? So like arguably good movie, really bad adaptation. Like if you're gonna adapt that book,
Yeah.
But
And
I don't know, where would you come down on it? Is it good then? If you're gonna factor
So
that
full
in?
story, I haven't read or seen either for that.
Oh wow!
But yeah,
You disappoint me.
Hey, me neither.
Oh, both of you disappoint me.
We'll add it to our
both
list.
of them are great, but for their own thing,
But
like they are
adaptation by its
yeah.
nature necessitates.
I am angry
change.
at both of you. I am very angry. You guys need to get on that shit.
I don't know. I'm trying to think of another one. That was just the first one that came to mind. Where it's
I
like
take
adaptation is
good,
but not.
I take your
as an
question and I'll
adaptation.
answer with Civil War when I get to it after my monologue. Adaptation by its
Okay.
nature means change, but and it seems to me that those on the cultural left think you can ship of Theseus your way into any IP, so to speak, that you can just remove.
I don't like that.
Yeah, that you can just remove all of these elements, replace them with new elements, and still have them be the same thing. You can't. Right? So when you change a character's skin color, when you change a character's sex, when you when you give them a short haircut instead of a long hair, having long hair, these are all little things that build up to what the author originally intended. And I assert that it is the adapter's responsibility to honor the author's original intention. So getting to Civil War, it would be ridiculous to expect a one-to-one adaptation from the comics, because the MCU that was being built up did not have nearly every it didn't have Peter Parker up to that. It didn't have many of the characters. We didn't have Adam Warlock for Infinity War. So you had to use the resources that you had already built. But in many ways, it maintained the integrity of what Civil War was intending. It was still a well-written, tight script using what it had.
I would say the same kind of thing. I would say, like, ideally, right? Like when you're writing an Elseworlds type thing, what you're trying to do is what the advantage of it, I should say, the main advantage, the reason why I feel like they are fine, right? Is that you gain you're looking for an aspect that is absent from the main storyline, right? Like, so what would happen to Bruce, like writing a story about what happens to Bruce Wayne if his parents don't die, or maybe only one of his parents die, and then you write
I don't know. I love those what ifs,
right?
Like the Marvel
What
has
ifs
a
are
whole
fun.
like what if series
Yeah,
as well.
and so you take that concept and you run with it and you write it as honestly as you can in that world and just run it to a conclusion, right? And then right? You use the kind of revelations that you realize from writing that story, incorporating them into the original story, right? Into the way that it is classically done, so that you can characterize the world more completely, more with more understanding. When like what and it may not always reflect in that character that had the change. Maybe it reflects in a different character, right? In writing how what happens to Batman if his parents lived, or what happens to Bruce Wayne if his parents lived. Maybe you gain more understanding of the Waynes as they were, like in a trajectory for their marriage. And so when you are writing backstory for them, then you have better understanding of them as characters in general. There's all kinds of benefits to this style of thing, right? And that's the advantage that you're getting from those else worlds, right? That's
Like,
why you write it. When you're
yeah.
shifting it, that's what you're
Well, yeah,
getting from
and
shifting it.
it's easier to do that because it's like an IP that people know, and like, you know, they know the backstory of Batman. So to do the what if, you don't then have to explain, here's this whole story, here's a different version of it. Like, I don't know, it's something that exists, so it is something that you could kind of explore that with.
But when
So,
you
Dorcas, you had one
well,
kind
I
of
was just
stance
gonna
that oh, sorry, you
I was just
finish and then
wanted
I'll
to say, to connect that back to what Dorcas was saying with the ship of Theseus. When you are doing those kinds of shifts so much, and you basically end like Star Wars now, there's almost nothing of the original except for the vague kind of the vague aesthetic that it originally had. It shares an aesthetic, but it doesn't share anything else almost. And so that's one thing that you kind of run into when you are doing these subtle changes over time. The point is to get back to the original and to write the original better in the same way that it was done before, not to shift it into something that it never was.
I don't know. So kind of getting to that and kind of getting to Dorcas's point where he was saying, you know, like you got to keep like the author's like vision of it in mind. I don't know. So where would you come down on something like basically any Baz Luhrmann thing? You know, like if you want to talk about like Romeo and Juliet or like any of his like reimaginings of it. I don't know. Arguably that could get like more public attention than, you know, like perhaps some I wouldn't say outdated, like clearly, you know, Romeo and Juliet's still to our time, but
Sooth, I know not why
I don't know,
am
perhaps
so
it brings
sad. It wearies me. You say it wearies you, but how I found it, got it, or came by it. I think Shakespeare has a unique position.
for sure. Like that's a bad example, but what about a reimagining?
I think it's a fair.
Like, is that wrong?
I mean, setting Hamlet in space, but with more or less.
That's kind of where I'm coming down on it too. Like,
I mean, as long as, you know, setting it in space is done with a purpose, and as long as you're not turning Uncle Claudius into, you know, a forthright, gallant person who would never kill his brother, I think you're
I think that kind of what we were touching upon, changing one thing and then writing it honestly versus doing a ship of Theseus.
And the question is, why? You have to ask yourself, why are you setting it in space? What statement does that make? How does it serve the story instead of take away from it? You know,
where you could see like trying to connect with a modern audience by setting it in a modern setting.
Yes, and
so
adapting.
In theory, the modern setting would have some modern politics in it.
Sure,
so I don't know, like,
but like
I don't know.
Adjusting the language. It's the dub versus sub debate.
For sure.
When you're adapting one thing from one language to another, again, adaptation by its nature demands change. A phrase in Japanese or in Shakespearean might sound really wonky in modern English. So you have to figure out a way to say the same thing in a more natural context, without changing what the sentence fundamentally means.
Great example of this that just came to mind is rapping in one language and then doing any kind of translation is almost impossible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fair enough. But it sounds pretty cool.
Yeah. I have many musical soundtracks in other languages. I have Wicked in German. I have Phantom of the Opera in Korean. Yeah.
That sounds pretty awesome. Wow, I'm kind of jealous of that. I didn't know that such things exist, and now I must seek them out.
Yeah, I think I had Les Mis in Japanese at one point.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, I think we exactly hit one. Wasn't that when Catcher was thinking we were cutting it off?
Yeah, I think that you just keep it the same as we had, as we usually do. So I think that this is a good time to say goodbye. Thank you, everyone. We wish Kitty well.
Yes.
Fun
stream.
Sorry for breaking you with my take.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Speaking about that, let me just say, when me and Galente were
what episode are you guys
Barbie,
up to?
No, wait. Hold on, Barbie. When we were watching Barbie, I noticed that the whole thing about pants was mentioned after the brainwashing was done. It was not the line that brainwashed the person.
But I think it had like as much value as the other things said. I wasn't saying that is the one thing. It's just like they seem to be bringing these up like in equal weight, which seems
No. These are comment. I hear what you're saying, but no, these are like comments that are like theoretically they launch into a politically charged, feminist tirade, and that's what breaks them out. And then once they're back, then they make these comments, and the comments are short and fast to help with the montage, and they aren't necessarily referencing the kind of political ideas that broke the person out of the brainwashing. I feel like your interpretation of
I can
that
see that interpretation.
was a little much.
I can definitely see that interpretation.
Yeah.
I think that's why I think it works for me, is that it seems a little bit ambiguous, but I can understand if people don't see it as ambiguous as I do. But yeah, for sure. Statement of appreciation for all.
Appreciation.
All right, guys.
Statement of admiration.
Night.
Sorry for talking over you guys the whole time.
Oh, it's all right. And ending stream.
You should be.
Bye.
Bye.